It is Tuesday. It has been a bad morning. Started off, didn't get to drink my coffee this morning because electricity went out because of all the rain. Get down here to start working, and it was off about an hour and a half, but I was already working, so just now got a cup of coffee, trying to get started, and it's pouring down rain. I should have wore my rain gear, but I didn't. But I did want to start off with a verse. Psalms 5:3. In the morning, O Lord, you will hear my voice. In the morning, I will order my prayer to you and eagerly watch. Every morning I do my prayer, and it really makes a difference. So I've already made $22, and just trying to get started. So I'm going to resume my dash. I'm doing earned by time on DoorDash. It says 1 to 5 minutes. And I've made a little bit of, so I've made like $12 on DoorDash, and it'll be $10 on Uber. So I'm starting Uber as well. And I finally got me a cup of coffee at McDonald's when I picked up an order, and then I spilt it on me. It has been one of those days. I have my phone angled a little differently, and I'm using stuff, so we'll see. Hopefully it is working and it'll come through okay. So let's see. All right, let's see what kind of raindrops we get here. Oh, it has been a crazy day, I'll tell you. It's like, yesterday went really well, and it's it's like today is Monday instead of a Tuesday. It's crazy. All right. So, I guess I have to start the car first. That's always a good thing. Oh, yay, the rain, get it cleared off. Hey, Israel, how are you doing today? Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Just trying to get my day started. What's going on with you? Do you have anything exciting going on in your life? I appreciate the thumbs up. All right, so we got to go around the roundabout and get where all the businesses are. It is so gloomy. I'd like to make 200 because it's rainy and gloomy, but it's a Tuesday, so realistically, if I make 100, I'm doing good. I was going to name this something different because I just kind of wanted to talk about a few things that was on my mind. And one of the things is, just like I watch these videos that talks about kind of like conspiracy theories or things that are going on, and it kind of gets you down in the dumps, like how like, for example, the rain is everywhere. I just saw a video. I mean, I don't have proof because I'm not there, that there was places where China was really flooded, and people had to be evacuated, or whatever the word is. And then I know my daughter said in Moscow it's just raining, and it has rained here and rained here. A lot of the DoorDash videos I've watched, there's so much rain. So you kind of think, okay, so what's up with all this rain, right? Is this on purpose or not on purpose? Your mind just starts going places. And it's like, things like that just get to me. And then even if it's man-made, ultimately God has the ultimate power. And it tells us that we're going to go through all these things, and the evil's going to kind of prevail for a while, and then it's peaceful, and then it's good again. So I just think that we're in that mode there where evil's prevailing, but there's some kind of sense of relief to know that God is more powerful than the evil. So I just find that interesting. I've just been really thinking about all these different things, and having just that peace, knowing that no matter what. All right, we got to order to Just Donuts. knowing that God can God is more powerful than them. Oh, hi, Adrienne. How are you doing? Thanks for joining in. I have you running, but not in the chat, getting dressed and listening. Rain everywhere. It is. I appreciate you listening while you're getting dressed and getting ready for the day. It is. It rains everywhere. It's just like not normal. Not this many places. My daughter was driving to Florida yesterday. She hasn't made it to Florida, but on her way. And she said they ran into so much rain. They got all this traffic. And it just seems, unusual, and it feels uncomfortable that that many places have that much rain. That, is my husband has SAD, which is a sun deficiency, so you have to like do more vitamin D and things like that. So it usually just affects him in the winter, but it's really affecting him now because of all the rain. And so I'm gonna have to, put more vitamin D in our diet. He won't take a vitamin D pill. That would make life too easy, right? It is. It's really gets to people when it's like this. And, like our yard is out of control. Completely out of control. But, I told him not to worry about it. Luckily, we live in the country. We don't have HOA or anything, so it doesn't matter. And it's not that bad. I just over to a house before I came on live, and man, their grass was almost hip high. So our grass is like just barely above our ankles, just higher than we like it. But I just think about things like politics in general. It's just like no matter who is in office or not in office, or what they, there's, it's just so much bigger than just the United States, and there's so much worldly things going on. But whatever's supposed to happen, I feel like it's my peace with it all is it's supposed to happen, and God is the ultimate power. It's crazy I watch all these weird things, like they talk about, is the earth flat or is it round? And I never really thought about it. But they have some pretty compelling videos about maybe it is really flat. And then what did it look like many years ago? And, what's an illusion versus what do we really know? And kind of get down those rabbit holes. And just like, okay, no matter what it is, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't affect my everyday life. If it's round, great. If it's flat, great. It's interesting to know, and it's interesting to have those conversations. But I think at the end of the day, what does it matter? Maybe it matters because people feel like, well, we were lied to. I don't know. I'm not sure. That was an Uber. We're just going to take this DoorDash. I'll be right back. Usually they have it ready. We're at a donut shop. My guy wasn't in there. He usually gives me a free donut. Hey, Rosebud, how are you doing? Thanks for joining in. Hi, Lenia, how are you doing? Oh, just picked up 5 donuts and they looked delicious. Well, one of them didn't. It was an Oreo Long John. Ugh. But the other did. I'm a glazed donut kind of girl. But, let's see. Oh, good. I'm glad you're doing good. But yeah, just watching all these videos, they're talking about, you know, they found Egyptian artifacts and like a hole in the Grand Canyon. It's like really interesting things, but it does kind of get you down if you think, well, okay, if they lied to us and history's different or all these things, but I still don't see how it affects my everyday life other than being aware. I think it's important to be aware. I also think it makes my faith stronger to know these things too, because it's like, all right, the only thing that I can truly like count on or know is true is God, you know? So, because I kind of got bummed out about all this weather stuff. It was just like, what is going on? And then I'm like, you know what? If this is what's supposed to happen, this is what's supposed to happen. And if God don't want it to happen, it won't happen. It don't matter what they do. So that's that. But then it leads me to my whole point of really, like, at first, there was 2 things I wanted to do with doing this YouTube channel was, you know, spread the word of God. And then, you know, any money I make, put it towards prepping. Which I think that's kind of a big thing, because in the Bible it tells us we should be debt free. You know, we should never have debt. And also says we shouldn't pay taxes. But here in Indiana, they've added all these taxes as of today. Gas tax, cigarette tax. They're going to start tolls on all of our highways. Though we have that in there too, but it don't seem to help the politicians any to make good decisions, right? But that's just my opinion. So, but anyway, so I think being out of debt is one way to prepare. And I really like to start a garden. I mean, I tried that, and it did look good. You know, I said something to my mom about it the other day, and she said, well, it looked good. I said, it did look good, but it was at our other property, and it was hard to handle, and everybody had their opinion, and it was near my mother-in-law's, and she would say, oh, just go over there and get whatever you want. Well, the point was to kind of freeze stuff and everything. Yes, Rosebud, God will provide. Exactly. And, but I also think that we have action items, though. And he does provide, thank God, because he just always comes out of nowhere and provides, and you're like, oh, where did this come from? I have some great stories about that. But I think electric, water, food, being out of debt, those are the things that I think that I need to do to prepare, to be in preparation. And the thing is, if it never happens in my lifetime, I think that doing those actions provides education to my children and grandchildren. Uber, what are we doing with that one? We gotta deliver these donuts anyway. So that's kind of my thought. Like, if I teach the kids how, you know, the kids, grandkids, how to be self-sustainable, if something would, because it'll probably happen in their lifetime more so than my lifetime. At least they would have skill. They would have the skills and have some start. You know, those are my preparation thoughts. Anyway, I might be wrong, but figures something's better than nothing. So that's kind of what I'm working towards. And then watching these videos here lately of like, I really got to prepare more than I thought I needed to. I'm way behind. I watch all these preppers. I've been watching them for a long time. And I'm like, I'm not even close. They are so good. I am so far behind the 8 ball. Let's see. Rosebud, he sure will. All the time, yes. So, some of my stories is my, it was 1997. So we're talking years ago, right? Feels like yesterday. But, but my husband had never went on vacation. His mom believed she had her 2 weeks vacation. You took one in the spring and you spring cleaned your house. Your next vacation you took in the fall and you winterized your house, and you didn't need to go anywhere. You had work to do at the home. And she felt like that. She still feels like that. Why do you need to go anywhere? You need to be doing these things. She's not necessarily wrong, but we also need a break from things. So as a child, he never experienced traveling, and I did. And so it was driving me crazy. We had been married for quite a while at that point. I'm like, I'm out. And somehow I had gotten a free hotel room, and I love Washington, D.C. I do like politics and stuff. So we went there, and we had our free hotel room. It was not the greatest, but it worked. And it was super hot. We went in the summer, and super hot, but it was very, very beautiful. We went to the we got to tour the White House and do all the Washington, D.C. stuff. I hear you can't tour the White House anymore. I don't know if that's true. I've toured it like 3 or 4 times. And I think 3. I'm almost sure it's 3. But anyway, so then afterwards, we went down to Virginia Beach for a couple of days. He had never been to the ocean. And I'm like, we got to go to Virginia Beach, And we had stood in line at the White House for a long time to get in. And it was real hot, and he got overheated. So by the time we get to Virginia Beach, he's not feeling so well. And all of a sudden, he gets like super sick. And then, back then you didn't have they didn't direct deposit your checks. You actually got handed a check and you put it in your bank and all these things. So when we had a limited amount of funds, rest of our funds, we had the check at home, or you couldn't just go in and go in and change money around like I do now. I could just go in and change money, switch from account to account. I couldn't do none of that back then. And he gets super sick. And I have to rush him to the emergency room, and they had to, he couldn't talk, he kind of curled up, and take him to the emergency room, which took me forever to figure out where that was. And they have to keep him overnight in the emergency room. So me and the kids, we had 4 kids, slept in the waiting room. What do you do? I don't know. I didn't know if he was going to live or die or what was going to happen. And he had a heat stroke. I don't know, it was a whole list of things. So they had to pump him up with potassium and do different things for him. And it was really scary, actually. So at this point, we're on our way home from Virginia all the way back to Louisville, Kentucky. And I have like $60 to my name. And I got to try to figure out how to get home. With 4 kids, we're out of food at this point because I always brought food, the kids, they like their certain things or whatever. I'll finish the story. Hold on. Let me deliver this. And then I'll be right back. All right, that was $6, so that was good. Okay, thanks, Rosebud. So get him in the car. That it was early morning. They said, get home, get him to the doctor, whatever. So we're on our way home with like $60. We were in West Virginia. He starts getting real sick and curling up again. When he curls up, you got to throw, we were putting water on him and everything. So I pull up to the West, they said just do a lot of potassium. And I had to go buy like kiwis and diet Sprite. They keep sending me these Lowe's orders that are awful. Diet Sprite I didn't know had potassium in it. So I had to do all that. Go to the store and buy anything with potassium in it. So he gets sick. We stop at this rest area in West Virginia, and I run into the like vending machine trying to find diet Sprites so I can get his potassium level back up. And these two ladies were standing in the vending machine area, and they're like, "What do you need?" And I said, "I need potassium." And they're like, "Oh, we've been waiting for you." It was two older ladies. "We've been waiting for you." And I'm like, "What?" Just take me to your car. So I took them to my car. They helped me get my husband out and get him under a tree. They had food for the kids. They had this big jug of water, and I don't know if they had diet Sprites. They had something with potassium in it, some kind of drink. And then they gave me money, and I'm like, let me, I have money. It's just that, I just don't have it on me because, I can't access it right now. And if you give me your address, I'll be glad to send you, send it to you or whatever. And they're like, "Oh no, this is what we do, and we've been waiting for you." And I'm like, the hair on my arms just stood up. They were just definitely angels. So talking about God providing for you, he was right there. He had those ladies waiting, and they knew me. They knew exactly what to do. They had everything we needed to the T. It was the weirdest thing I ever experienced in my entire life. If it wasn't for them, I don't know if we would have made it home. But if they weren't angels, I don't know what an angel is then. Hey Wayne, thank you for joining. How are you doing? Rainy day down there today. Yes, it is raining. Oh, it's just terribly raining. Our lights went, so I did get an early start. My husband's work hours changed. He normally works 7 to 3:30 the last however many years. But as of Monday, they changed it to 6 to 2:30 because some of the guys got overheated and one of them ended up in the hospital. So they changed the hours for the summer because they pave the roads and stuff. My husband, Travis, is a mechanic, but he used to pave the roads. But anyway, so they changed everybody's hours 6 to 2:30. So he leaves earlier now, so I'm up a little bit earlier. And I have a cup of coffee, and then I'll do a few errands, or do a few things, and I do my devotion, then I have another cup of coffee. Our lights went out. So I'm like, now what? So I couldn't have my coffee, I couldn't do everything I normally do, so I just went to work. What else is there to do but go to work? So I'm like, all right. So I'm doing Earn by Time on DoorDash. I didn't get on to DoorDash till 8:30, so it's been an hour, and I've made $18. Everybody's tipped though. I do have to leave my defrost on, and it doesn't like it too well. Maybe if I do it a little different. Keeps fogging up my window, but if I don't have it on, it fogs it up worse. It's like a no-win situation. Is it sunny where you're at, Wayne? We were talking about how all the, there's rain all over the world right now. It is so wild, like trying to flood everything or something. It makes you kind of wonder. It's like the North Carolina floods, rumor is they wanted that land, and that hurricane wasn't supposed to go that way. It was supposed to come our way. Kind of weird how that worked out. We did that when we had our fiberglass business, worked from 4 a.m. to noon to beat the summer heat. Exactly. That's what they're trying to do, I do believe. Just, with the kids being sick and all. Or not this, the guys, getting sick. I don't know if I should have went this way or not. Part of me feels like I should go back the way I was. But, I don't know. we were talking about how God provides. The other time was, I have 4 daughters, but I guess that's an off order. I can't get this going. Hold on just a second here. $4 for 10 miles, but it's in Louisville, blah, blah, blah. That's awful. Oh, here's $24 for Walmart. Oh, it's 3 deliveries. I don't think I'm going to take that. I'm always afraid it's a lot of waters. A lot of Walmart orders. Maybe if they'll give me one that looks really good, I'll take it. But my oldest daughter, we were getting ready to go camping. I had everything in front of the door, ready to go, put in the car first thing in the morning, and she gets really sick. Like, do I take her in the emergency room or not? And she was pretty bad, so I ended up having to take her in the emergency room. And her urine looked like a glass of tea. It was so bad. And find out she had this, massive blockage in her kidney. 4 Lowe's, nope. Massive blockage in her kidneys. So that wasn't good. And so after, it didn't take long. It was just a couple of weeks. They had her in the hospital doing surgery. And my husband at the time worked 4 on, 4 off. So we worked 4 days, off 4 days. They were 12-hour days. And my other daughter had tubes in her ears somewhere along that line. So he was supposed to just take 4 days off. That would give him 12 days. But there was some kind of complication for some reason he ended up taking a couple of extra days off. And, she had tubes in her and stuff, because that's kidneys. It's pretty serious. I think the problem was they ended up keeping her in the hospital longer, and we had these other babies at home he had to help me with, And it was so upsetting to watch your kid go through that and be on a morphine drip and everything. So he finally goes back to work, and they fire him because he took too many days off. It was before FMLA. So, you didn't have protections back then. And so that was like in 94 or something. It was before my youngest was born. So it must have been like 94, 95. So no FMLA, none of that. And he had to so we were making good money. We had the new car, the new house, blah, blah, blah. And he had to go down to a minimum wage job. And we had no money. I mean, it was crazy. And one day I go to the mailbox, and there's like $300-something in the mailbox. The next day I go to the mailbox, there's like $550 in the mailbox. I loved going to the mailbox because I never knew. And it was weird ways. Like, his long-lost sister sent him a check just because. And then that job that he had lost, he supposedly had all this vacation time they paid him out on. So why did they fire him in the first place? Didn't make any sense. All right, we're going to Tropical Sweet. And crazy things, but it was exactly, believe it or not, it was exactly enough money to pay the bills I needed, buy a little Christmas for the kiddos, and get the groceries. So weird how God provides, and it was just perfect. And then after his 90 days, and he got a big, huge raise, and everything was peachy again. Nice day here today. Expected high of 81. Oh, nice. Works like that. He does. It's amazing. I need to make a U-turn. I wonder if I could just do it right here without it being a light. I think I'm going to. I don't know if this is illegal or not illegal, but I just did it. I wasn't quite at the lights. Yes, God just provides so amazingly. It's just perfect. So, start thinking about those kind of things, and then you look at what's going on in our world, and you're like, well, if it's supposed to happen, whatever is supposed to happen will happen. But the ultimate is God has power over it all. But it tells us in Revelations that things are going to happen. I watch too many weird videos. I need to quit doing that because it gets down a big giant rabbit hole, but it's also very interesting. right, so we're going to Tropical Smoothie. I hadn't had an order for a minute. Uber keeps sending me stuff, but I could have done that Walmart order. It was like $22, but it was 3 drop-offs. And Walmart can be slow, and it can be a lot of waters. I wish they'd tell you what you're picking up. It would help me decide what I wanted to do. All right, you never know here. Sometimes they're real fast, and sometimes they're not. Like this, so the Uber sent, let's see. So Uber sends $6 for 16 miles from an at-home, and that boarding area is like super in the country, and it's like, why would they do that? I started to lose you guys. This is awful. All right, I'm gonna walk in here. I'll be right back. All right, to kind of follow up with what I was saying yesterday on my video that I guess was posted today, is he said they're stealing. I had problems yesterday with people stealing orders, and he said they're really stealing them there. So they've had to change how they give out the food and stuff, and they're really watching the confirmations. And at Olive Garden for my last order of the day, I think. She said the stealing is getting really bad. So I don't know why all of us... It was bad for a while, a couple years ago, but then it had stopped. And you would have one every once in a while. It was almost like one person must be going around stealing food, and then it was done or something. But it's back. Whatever it is, they're back doing it really bad. Every restaurant's telling me this. So that's not good. Oh, they want me to go on the expressway. I don't really want to go on the expressway. We're going to go a different way. See where we're headed. Okay. Oh, we got this. There's a Tesla charging station right here. I was here first, but whatever, dude. Whatever. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe I'm just daydreaming it. My car is so loud on the expressway. But I do kind of like, I know I've used, I think about like the expressway is better for your brakes and gas mileage. So I do think about that. But then if it's really not going to save me a lot, then I don't take the expressway just because I think it's a little safer. I don't know. People run red lights so much anymore. I don't know what's safer. But that's kind of how I look at it. Is like, I do like the expressway to save on my brakes and to save for gas mileage purposes. But if I can avoid it, a lot of times I will. Like this only made a 1 minute difference. So I'm not worried about that. I don't mean to be on a soapbox today. I just kind of got really wrapped up into some of these things, and I thought, Mandela effects and things like time shifts. And the question was, well, if you're a Christian, how do you believe in those things? And that's kind of been weighing on my mind for a minute. And I'm like, that is a great question. And so as I watched more and more, how does that reconcile, And then it just dawned on me, I just prayed about it, and it dawned on me, a lot of these things are man-made. Did Fruit of the Loom have what is it called? Oh, shoot. It just lost me. The little fruit thing or not, And so if man changes that still doesn't change the big picture. God created the earth and he's the ultimate power. So that's still a man-made thing. So the Mandela effects appear to be man-made things. Time shifts, I haven't reconciled that one real well. But I just find it all fascinating. Like, I do believe in these things. And then how does, but I am a Christian, and I, scientifically, and then, you have the scientific aspect of things, the logical aspect of things, which I guess is scientific, and then the religious, and then common sense. So you have all these different things as you look at this one piece going, how did these all fit together, and how does it all work? And what really upsets me is people not liking each other because of political beliefs. And it's like, but if you really want to get technical, no matter if you voted for person A or person B, it doesn't really matter because they're all in it together. And, so it's such a bigger thing. I believe that there is, what's the word I'm looking for? Like higher organizations that control or influence these offices, these presidents, not American presidents, but president and world presidents. And so it doesn't matter if person A or person B is in there as a big picture, because whatever that big power is, everybody has their own opinions what the big power is. And I personally think it has to do like with the World Economic Forum kind of group in that sense. They're going to win overall because you're going to be, the American president's going to be pressured into that. So it doesn't matter. It's just a few little, I think the difference is a few little, your everyday things are changing. It will change a little bit, but still the end result will still be the same. Wow. I just got a sharp pain in my head. That's crazy. Read from Right Along with Bree. Oh, I like her. I like her so much. Got deactivated from Spark for ballot earnings method, whatever that is. Oh, they won't even let me on Spark because they said my address, because of my address, I can't get on Spark. So I have no idea what that is. Ballot earnings method. Ballot earnings. I have no idea what that is. I like to have the opportunity to do Spark, but yesterday so my first daughter lives in Russia, my second daughter is on vacation, my third daughter does the gig apps, and then my fourth daughter is the one that is missing. Okay, so my third daughter was out yesterday and she just could not get DoorDash to pay anything, so she ended up with a nice Spark order, so that helped. And I'm like, it'd be nice to have that, whenever the other, have as many apps as possible. I'm not liking Shift too much. I mean, I think it seems like they're really good to their drivers, so it seems like a great company, but I haven't found anything that I haven't found many orders that fit for, been fitting for me. Tylerette, how are you doing? Thanks for joining. Well, so I haven't been live because my microphone messed up, so I was paranoid about doing it live without my microphone. I need to write the company because it didn't last long. The piece that goes into your phone broke and it won't work. So I was kind of paranoid because my car has an exhaust leak and it's loud. But then I watched some other lives and they have loud backgrounds. So then I built a little bit of confidence, like it's okay if you don't have a microphone. So that was one. And then I tried the other day, and for some reason when it was over, it worked fine on YouTube, but while I was live, it was just a black screen. So I don't know what happened. So, and then a lot of people go live. I don't want to bump heads or bother people. It's kind of not a bad. How far away am I? Oh, I wish I could see my DoorDash one. All right, I'm not going to do that Uber one because I was going the opposite direction. Hi, Nicolette. How are you doing? Thanks for joining in. I appreciate you all being here. Listen to me ramble today. I'm on a soapbox today. I have an audience to talk about all my feelings, I guess. Sometimes my mom and I will talk about all these things, but we don't necessarily see eye to eye. But now we kind of have an understanding. It's not about your viewpoint or my viewpoint. It's more about, what do you know about this? What do you know? It's sharing of information. So we went from a viewpoint to sharing information. And I think it's so important I just want to be knowledgeable, and I want to know both sides of everything, or however many sides there are. And then how do I prepare for that if something's coming my way? I think it all depends on your market area for the platform you're currently using. I do too, but like my daughter signed up for Spark after me, and she got on immediately, but she lives closer to town and I live out in the country. So Spark still never got back with me. But so and this area is very busy with Spark. But I thought about maybe I should reach out to them again. 2 packages, 4 miles. I'm just going the opposite way. Maybe it'll come back to me after I deliver this. I just don't want to accept it and be the wrong way. If I was going that way, I would go ahead and, it was $10 for 4 miles, 2 packages from Walgreens. But since I'm going this way, I didn't want to, make it look like, sometimes it'll say like, you're not going the right way. And that drives me insane. But if I know I'm right there, I don't mind. I did that earlier, before I went live. I had, they sent me a McDonald's order, and I was delivering a block away from McDonald's. I did have to pass it, but it was literally a block away, so I didn't mind that. But this one is, it would take me an extra 10 minutes to get where I'm supposed to go. Plus, I finally got a cup of coffee after my morning fiasco, so getting energetic again. When I first started out, I'm like, do I work? What do I do? And then I went to Starbucks to get coffee because I love Starbucks coffee. I don't necessarily like Starbucks, but I like one of their styles of coffee. And it was so busy, and I'm like, I need to work. I don't want to wait for them. And then I had a free coffee at Myers, but I've never had Myers coffee and gas station coffee. Sometimes it's really bad. Hi, Amy. Thanks for joining in. I hope you're having a great Tuesday. Hope it's sunny there. It is so gloomy and rainy here. Sounds like we all need to go to Wayne's. Sounds like it's going to be pretty nice there. Today is kind of a sad day. My step-grandfather, he's 92. He has Alzheimer's. He, any minute now will be in the nursing home. So got to the point that was the next step, and he doesn't want to go, and I feel bad for him. But there's I guess it's part of Alzheimer's. They start losing like certain body functions, and there's certain things they can't do for themselves anymore. And my mom and her husband's taking care of them, and they're having some health issues, and they just can't do it. And that was one of my side jobs, is I would watch him for a while, and the VA paid me to watch him. but there was some other issues there. I guess when they get Alzheimer's, like, certain things happen, so he didn't necessarily make good choices, which would put me in danger. And he's a very strong person. He chopped wood until like 2 years ago, right before his wife died. So like 2.5 years ago, he chopped wood and worked the farm and everything else. So he is strong. So it just was one of those things where it felt like it wasn't, they decided it wasn't safe for me to watch him anymore. So kind of sad. I think it's the best idea for him to go to the nursing home. But it's also sad, you know? Even though you know it's the right thing, you just hate for that to happen. Let's see, 12:23. I'll get to the comments in just a flash. Let me deliver this real quick. Some tropical smoothie. Well, that paid $7.30. These earned today. I don't know if there's not a lot of dashers or what, but I've had good tips today. All right, let's see what we got going on. Hi, what country is this? This is in America. Sunny and not so hot and humid. Oh, I hate the humidity. Yesterday, the humidity was crazy. Even though it was cloudy, it just felt so sticky. Indiana, USA, that's right, that's where I'm at. He will be safer. I think so too, and I think for my mom's sake, you know, as soon as she retired, almost, she had him. So I'm glad to see her get some relief. I'm worried that it was going to toll on my mom. Boarding for 22 miles for $10. Nope. Northern West country up there. I used to live in Michigan, spent a bunch of time in northern Wisconsin. Awesome. Good morning, Colleen. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Happy Tuesday to you. All right. I gave you a wrench. I'm trying to learn all this wrench stuff. I've been watching some people's lives and trying to get some, like learn from other people, and trying to learn how all this stuff works. Somebody said, oh, well, supposed to do this, that. I'm like, oh my goodness, so much to learn. So I might do a lot of things wrong, guys, but I'm trying, I'm learning. And sometimes it's nice to learn kind of the hard way, because you'll always remember, right? Well, thank you for being here, Miss Colleen. I appreciate you. Oh, you're sick. I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better. I saw your post about you had a sore throat. I hope you feel better. Drink a hot toddy is the best thing, I'll tell you. As soon as my kids got old enough, I'd give them hot toddies. Like once they turned 21, I remember my youngest, she got real sick, and I had her drink a hot toddy. She's like, I don't like that. And I'm like, oh, you'll be fine. Going to Louisville, I'm not taking that order. And because she already drank, it wasn't like an alcohol thing or nothing. But then she's like, man, that made my throat feel so much better. And we use local honey. We actually buy honey from people at my husband's work. They have their own bee hives and stuff, and we're waiting. They're out of honey right now, so we've already paid for 2 tubs of it. We're waiting for it to pollinate whatever it's supposed to do. But that's nice. So you take hot tea, a little whiskey. What I do, a little whiskey, tea, whiskey, lemon, and honey. That's what I like. Yes, and I guess the one thing that I learned last night, because I'm learning, is so when they give you the wrench, then you could go to people's channels and subscribe and stuff. I didn't know that till last night. Like I said, I'm learning, and that was really nice to be able to just hit their channel. I could still be part of the live that's going on, and then go subscribe to them. That was fun, and meet new people that way, and be a community. I thought that was really cool, but I didn't know that's how that all worked. So something new. Sellersburg, 8.9 miles, McDonald's. Take it or not take it? Oh, that's 8 miles. I think I'm going to try to get something closer that'll take me out of the zone. So, yeah, it's worth the cold winters. You like the cold winters? The wrenches help us. Duncan on St. Joe Road. Ah, that's still like $8 for 10 miles. I'm going to try to do this. The small things get you crazy, yes. Exactly. That's just it, Colleen. The older I get, the more small things keep piling on. You know, they always said things about like the big things and the small things. And whenever I'm like packing and I want to go on trips and stuff, I think the small things are more important. I want to make sure, where's my coffee coming from? I want to have the most comfortable shoes. I just like comfort seems to be the biggest thing in life for me. I want my recliner and my little light. I don't ask for much, but the big things like, the bill's paid, I don't care. As long as I have my coffee and my recliner, I'm good. That is really cool about that. Plus, the trolls have been bad again, so be careful. Okay, thank you. I've been really blessed not to have like a lot of trolls or anything. I get them every once in a while. Man, Amy, she snapped that one right out of there. It was awesome. I'm like, thank you, Amy. Because, you know, you're driving, you're doing things, you don't always see. I'm always afraid I'm going to miss somebody's comment. And it's nice to have the moderators be able to handle that, you know. There was a couple of those Uber orders I could have took. They weren't terrible. But they were taking me into an area I didn't really want to be in. I always second guess myself. It's like, should have, or should have not. So I'm at $35 and I've been out 2 hours. So not horrible. But yeah, I'm kind of mad at myself for not taking a couple of those Uber orders. They were just so, just didn't want to go in that area. It is raining, yes. So, Colleen, I've had a very bad morning. All right, we got to order. I'm doing it by time, so I'm doing all the DoorDash orders. I'm not declining anything unless it's taking me to Louisville. So 6:45 this morning, as I'm getting ready, I had 1 cup of coffee, and I drink 2. My lights went out. I live in a camper, so I could turn on lights. I just couldn't make coffee, watch TV. All I could do was use lights. And then my hot water is propane. So, you know, I had hot water and I had lights. That's all I had. So that was my morning. Then I tried to get a cup of coffee. Coffee spilt on my shirt. It's just been something else happened. Oh, and then my husband said, you might want to wear your rain gear. No, I'll be all right. Freaking pouring down rain on me. And I always have my rain jacket in my car, but not rain shoes. So it has been a rough morning. So yes, rainy, and thanks to the rain, no electricity. I did get a text message, I think around 8:30 maybe. Might have been around 8:30 that my lights came back on. The electric company texted and said they should be restored. So There was only 54 of us without electricity, but my mother-in-law, luckily she was asleep because she would have been very upset if she didn't have electricity. So I'm hoping everything works fine for her when she wakes up, but she should be waking up any minute. And I'm hoping her coffee pot and everything works for her and she don't have a problem. And I almost, at that point, like, I had told my husband, I'm going to go live in the morning, blah, blah, and then things just kept happening, and I'm like, maybe I shouldn't go live because I'm having such a bad, lucky day. But I thought, well, it'd be nice to chat with some friends, try to make, turn my day around after such a bad morning. Sometimes when you have a bad morning, then you have a good afternoon, right? About 225 count bottles of Tylenol. Oh, I do Advil. I do Tylenol sometimes though. I had to take what do you call it? Allergy medicine this morning. All right, Adrian, have a blessed day. Your orders will be awesome today. Heading out. Good luck out there, Miss Adrian, and I made you a moderator too. Have a blessed day. Good luck. Can't wait to see your next video. Amy, best of luck. 50 just joined your channel. Aw, she is awesome. You'll like her. She does a lot of interesting things. She goes to the lake and stuff, and also does the gig apps. She's really sweet. All right, I'm going to go pick up this order. Now, this store, I will be honest with you, you never know. There's just some of these stores, and this has 3 meals, so it might take a while. I hope not. I'll try to hurry. All right. Uh-oh. I dropped the food. Dang, on the luck. Okay, hold on. At least it was just nothing breakable. I didn't drop the drinks. That was bad, wasn't it? Yikes. But it was just fries. It was all nice and fried up. Okay. That's a nice thing about Earned by Time. At least I'm getting paid to do that. Bye, Amy. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate ya. A guy in there just had a baby. It's 2 months old, and I was showing videos and pictures. So sweet. Very proud daddy. And so maybe a new subscriber too. Let's see where we're going. Trying to figure out where we're headed here. Colonial Park Drive on 8th Street. Okay, we're gonna go a little different. I don't know why, but most of the time I go a different way than my GPS tells me. But yeah, I guess the fries were, they're not regular fries. I don't know what kind of fries these are, but some kind of fries. They're like bigger. They're at Wendy's, so they're a little bigger or whatever, more like a steak fry. And we had to wait for them to finish cooking. Everything else was ready though. Their bag's a little bit where I dropped it, but not too bad. Oh, they were talking about the rain. It's so funny, so that's what I've been talking about this morning. And she lives, the opposite way from here, like where I go, where all the restaurants are. She lives that way. And she said she had her TV on and everything, and, you know, like had it lightly playing while she was sleeping. And she said it was a big old boom, woke her up. She said nothing wakes her up, but this did. And because the guy with the baby, he said, I don't know where all this rain's coming from. I don't get it. It's funny that's what we're been talking about this morning. Brittany, you changed your name after all to Gig Worker B. I saw your post about that you were gonna change it. I hope you're doing good. I haven't chatted with you for a while. Hope life's treating you well. Surely baseball season is done for you. It's done for us. Been done for a long time, but ours are little kiddos. Little bitty. But now we're doing, the one grandbaby's doing karate. We have karate going on. School starts in a month. That's about it, really. They're doing like a reading club. So I was trying to, the one grandson that does the baseball, he, I went to see him, say bye to him before he left for his vacation Sunday night. And I was trying to talk him into taking chapter books with him. He didn't think that was a very nice grandma to ask him to take chapter books to read in the car. He thought that was a bad grandma. I try to get those books, get them to read those books. It is. We are still doing travel ball. Oh, wow. Still doing it. It's hot. It's hot. It never ends. Whenever my children did soccer, they'd be in rec, travel, the state, plus the school. And I remember my one daughter, because she was really good, she, played on like the pre-Olympic team or whatever, and we traveled different places. And she said, Mom, Brandy Chastain gets 6 weeks off. I get 1. Because 4th of July is dead week here. You can't have any sports the week of 4th of July. Which I think is good. You can't do those things. And it makes everybody take a break. And she's like, that's the only week I get. I don't even get Christmas off, which is true. We always had Christmas tournaments. So, oh, thank you for gifting a member, Wayne. I appreciate that. I think that's what that means. I might be wrong, but so yeah, she finally just got burnt out. She should have really went super far with it all. But she was just so burnt out that She just finished off her high school career and said, forget it. I think she missed it for a while. And, but she did like some other stuff, you know, like adult rec teams and stuff. Now she's getting ready to have her third baby. She don't care about soccer anymore. She's trying to deal with having that third baby. She's going to be 36, 4th of July. Is that not crazy? My firstborn going to be 36 years old. Talk about feeling old. We got married a couple weeks after she was born because of insurance, and I didn't understand all that because I was 16. But you know, be careful. They get burnt out after a while. We eat, breathe, slept soccer. I was shocked whenever she got burnt out. I didn't expect that. None of my grandkids play soccer. They did for a minute. You know, when they were like 4 or 5, they did the soccer thing. The one grandson, he does the baseball, and then his dad coached him this year. I think that was kind of interesting because it's like, you know, he wanted to play certain positions, and his dad's like, nope. And he'd get mad at his dad. So that makes it kind of tough. Hi, Aberjusuk. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good Tuesday. All right, we're about ready to deliver this. Thank goodness the clouds to the left are not looking promising. My second daughter got me Hey Dudes for Christmas, and I never had a pair. So they're really comfortable. But I wore them today thinking, oh, the rain will stop. And they're ruined. I mean, not ruined. They're just like, I can't get the stains out of them. So I'm just like, forget it. Oh, well, if it gets muddy, it gets muddy. I don't know if you can see, like, in between those trees, how bad the sky is looking. It's going to get fun, I think. It's like, got my teeth brushed, so now I headed to the dentist, wishing for no cavities. Catch you later. All right, Wayne, thank you for the membership, and be careful at the dentist. Take care. I went to the dentist the other day. Yuck. Wishing you good luck on all that. I went and got a cavity filled, and my teeth hurt worse. Oh, I think I'm at the right house. And they're doing some work, so hopefully this is right. I guess I'll find out. Should be. Ow, I hit my window. The gray house. That looks gray to me. Looks like they're getting some new flooring. That would be nice. $6 tip. I'm shocked for a earn by time. That wasn't too bad then. Earn by time's not doing too awful yet. Alright, so I have a weird question to ask you guys. When you go, like just now, I delivered that food, and they're like, ring doorbell says, hello, you're being recorded, or something like that. I used to just kind of do my thing, but now I talk to it. I don't know why I do, but you know, hi, how are you? Have a blessed day. I watch doorbell news, and you know, you see all these people on the ring doorbells and stuff, and I'm like, well, you used to, like on Uber, you write a little message, have a great day, your food's at the door, have a great day, blah blah blah. And DoorDash, you used to do that, but you don't do that no more. So I figure, well, I don't know, kind of weird. I told my daughter I did that the other day. She was like, what? That's weird. I said, I know it's kind of weird, but I just feel like I should say something. Does anybody talk to the ring doorbells when they deliver? Just curious. Am I the only one? I'd rather them laugh at me for saying something nice than laugh at me for doing something silly. I mean, I don't know if you've ever watched some of the people that deliver stuff on those YouTube channels where they're caught on the ring doorbell, but it's kind of like, some of them are so gross. I'm like, And then, the one I watched, my one grandson loves to watch doorbell news with me. And there was a delivery person. They delivered some kind of like fancy hamburgers or something. And I forget what it was, but it was, you could tell it was like a fancy hamburger shop. They drop it, and when they walk away, like 2 or 3 raccoons came and ate the hamburgers like real quick, you know, and was dragging it. So some of those stolen food things, I think, are animals more so than people. I have not, but I definitely talk to the dogs if they come to the door. Oh, me too. I had one earlier, and the dog is kind of started barking, and I heard the owner say stop or whatever, and he just was crying, and I just chatted with him. I was delivering the food. I love the animals and the little kids. They're like some of my favorites, you know. I think that it's so sweet. I had, a long time ago, I had this pizza delivery near where we're at right now. And I guess maybe they were in to visit the grandma for the weekend or something. They were real bashful, backwards kind of thing. And can we help carry the food? And it was so sweet, and they were so excited. They came running to the car to get the pizza and stuff. It was cute. And they act like you're just giving them this coolest stuff when you hand them their food. I went to like a daycare once, and it was like a whole bunch of donuts. I guess somebody was buying donuts for the daycare or something. And the kids were so happy and excited. I got a Papa John's. I hate doing pizza. Talking about pizza, and then I get a Papa John's. This Papa John's is the worst. This Papa John's is Papa John's store number 1. And Papa John's started here. I was about 10-ish whenever Papa John's started. And actually, from where the store we're going to, it's about 2 blocks away from where Papa John's originally started. And I went there once. Just once, though. But it was like the broom closet of the bar. But I did go, like, when I worked down here for all those years, the bars all had like lunch specials. I guess they still do to this day. And they have like good food, like meatloaf, mashed potatoes. So at lunchtime, I'd hit all the different bars with the different food stuff. My friend always went, whichever one was serving liver and onions is the ones we went to. Of course, I didn't eat liver and onions, but she always did. And so that's how I started going with her, doing all those. So now I know. But heck, you can go to the bar and get you like a soup, if whatever their daily special is, like soup and grilled cheese, or chili and crackers, and include your drink for like $5. And you go to the restaurant, any restaurant, it's over $12. And it's like, okay, you're helping a local business. It was a win-win. All right, let me see what kind of pizza bags I need. I always like to look at what I'm picking up. Okay, so we have 3 pizzas and a drink. And then just like sauces. So I have to grab a pizza bag. I should be able to get that in the new type of bag. I'll bring y'all with me because this restaurant is terribly slow. It's terribly slow. Okay, so just in case you didn't see, this person only tipped $1. I don't know if you can see that. Only tipped $1. So if it's much of a wait, we're probably not going to wait too long for it. And I like that you can see that. It's really helpful. So this is going to be a bad order. Oh, I think I've delivered to this person before anyway. I normally don't show my pizza bag, like, what do you call it? Get approved or whatever. Okay, but I did it the other day, and now I keep getting pizza orders. So, let's see. Our little Papa John's. This is store number 1. They've actually have a couple of tables. Used to have a buffet and stuff, but they don't do that no more, I guess. Alright, we're going to check my ratings. I'm at 95% completion rate, so I think I'm going to unassign this. You don't have diamonds ready, do you?
Do what?
Do you have diamonds order ready? If not, I'll probably unassign it. Diamond.
Why? I'm still making it right now. And
Yeah.
they have to be well done, so it'll probably be about 10 minutes.
I'm going to unassign it. Thank you.
Oh.
All right. Order is not worth my pay. Now that I know they only tipped $1, I know that you can have, it's nice to have the, base pay will be high, but still, it's going to be a 10-minute wait. It's almost lunchtime, so I'm not going to deal with it. I am a very impatient person. I mean, not that impatient, but not big on this particular Papa John's. There's some Papa John's I don't mind delivering to, or picking up from, but not this one. All right. Turn off the defrost for a minute. It's gonna get muggy, I think. All that rain all night, and then it get muggy. I thought about this weekend, like going to Nashville. I am not doing that. They sent me another one for Papa John's. I'm not doing Papa John's. I'm just gonna have to decline. I had to end my dash. So, it won't let me do it, I guess, because I unassigned that order. I'm not sure. I thought I could decline one, but I guess because I unassigned one, it counted against me. So, I'll have to wait to see if DoorDash gets busy again. So, that is not good, especially on a Tuesday. It's going to be hard. I'll look at Shipt, see if Shipt has anything. Well, that is a bummer. I thought it would let me go, like, one time I declined too many orders, and it let me go by order. But, well, that's disappointing. Let me see if I can schedule myself for later today. Nope. Okay, so it's just going to be a matter of waiting to see if anything gets busy. So it's only Uber, nothing on Shipt. Oh, I can check Roadie maybe. Just in this car, Roadie orders are very low paying usually. roadie whenever you got, what do you call it? Like an SUV or something. But that Papa John's lady, she wasn't even, she wasn't even close to getting stuff ready. So she looked a little unorganized. But she was the only one working. I mean, you can't blame her. So let's keep our fingers crossed that Uber gives us something. I can only hope. Coffee high just kind of wore off. Like, look. What in the world? I might have to give me another cup. It's hard when you don't do your morning routine. Talking they had this one thing I saw where they're talking about like these underground like cities or underground facilities that they're building, and they're moving like transformers and stuff. And so now I'm like paying attention. You just saw that trailer go by, but that was just like a construction trailer. But now I'm like, we see all these where I'm at. They have a lot of, they almost look like transformers being moved around with police escorts and things. It's like, what are they really doing? She's curious, you know, like, why are these big things moving around the city? And what are they doing with them? All right, now that we're counting on Uber, who knows what we'll end up. That's the only bad thing I have with Uber is a lot of miles. So, I hate that I lost my schedule with DoorDash. I'm so sad. But I couldn't go back to that Papa John's. There was no way. She didn't have anything ready. Do you have a backup plan when things like that happen? I guess while I'm sitting at this light, I'll log into Roadie real quick. Oh, it's not going to make me log in? Well, that's unusual. Every time I usually click on Roadie, I have to log in. All right, $7 for 7 miles, but it's going to Louisville. They just raised our, what do you call it? They just raised our tolls today, so I definitely don't want to go to Louisville. Hey, Charles, thanks for joining in today. Hope you're having a good day. Hope it doesn't look this cloudy where you're at. Medium, CVS. Here's a $12 order on, on Roadie. Let's see. We'll keep an eye on that one. We might bid on it if we get that. It's a couple cities over. So if we make our way over there, then we'll see if it's still available. They have one that was, but it's extra large, and I don't have my SUV, so I can't do any extra large in this car. Only small and mediums on Roadie. So I got kicked off of DoorDash because I unassigned an order and then I declined an order, and I thought it was only declines. I didn't know the unassigning one would hurt me. So I'm just waiting, hoping that DoorDash gets busy again and I can get back on. And Earned By Time wasn't going too bad for me. It was just that part. Nope, sunny and hot right now. Oh, kind of jealous, but the hot part I'm not jealous about, but the sunny part I'm jealous about. It was so humid yesterday. Even though it wasn't hot here, it was, kind of like overcast. But you get out of the car and it was just like sticky hot. Or sticky humid. Not hot, but sticky humid. I don't like that stickiness. It feels gross to me. So nothing exciting on any of that. And I'm going to go ahead, I think I'll go ahead and add myself to the schedule for shift, just in case something decent comes along. What time is it? Okay. I'd like to make another 200 today, but since it's Tuesday, I don't have high expectations. All right, so now I am on the schedule for that. Got roadies, so it'll give me notifications. So now just waiting to see what happens. Trying to find a busy spot. There really isn't any big spots. All right, so, oh man. So roadie sent a $32 one. Oh, but it's huge. So can't do that. I don't have like, I just drive a little Honda Accord, so can't do anything with it. Small, medium's about all I can handle. If you had a truck with a trailer, I think roadie would be very profitable, especially early in the morning and stuff. It seems like there's a lot of like construction deliveries. That's what I've noticed, at least around here. I like doing it at Christmas time. I get a lot of the Walmart things that, you know, the big TVs, and roadie seems to work really nicely at Walmart. But I do seem to deliver mostly to, not the pharmacy ones, but the other items are usually rural areas. One time we used to do our shopping. We usually do our shopping, a different direction from here. It's a rural area. And we're up getting ready to go shopping, and a roadie thing came up, and it was like $35 for like 5 miles. And it was like all these like feed, and it was way out in the country. Looked like way out in the country, I guess. It was only 5 miles, but it was really neat. That was a lot of fun. But my entire Honda was full of this feed. The entire Honda. It was crazy. Good luck today and be safe. Thanks, you too, Charles. Enjoy the weather and have a fantastic day. I appreciate you stopping by. $4 for 8.9 miles. McDonald's to sell it. Nope, we're not going to take that one. There's some clear spots in the sky now, so that's good. That's a good sign. I think it's only going to be like in the upper 80s today, maybe. After today, they said it wouldn't rain until like this weekend. Oh, what I was going to say earlier, we're thinking about like driving to Nashville or somewhere different. And this weekend, and doing like DoorDash or something, just to break up the monotony. But then I'm kind of nervous to do that because it's like, how far do I want to drive? But I think it would be interesting just to do something different. We had so much fun doing it on our way to Florida and in Florida. Thought it would be fun, you know. Oh man, I am so disappointed about that. I guess I should have just kept that Papa John's order. Well, lesson learned. I mean, that's all you could do is try this, try that. And now I know if I decline, it counts the same as, declining one. $15, but it's to Louisville, and I cannot cross the toll bridge. My toll ticket thing is messed up, so I have to pay full price. And they raised it today, so I'm going to avoid that as much as possible. I got to mow some grass today. Oh man, mine need mowed too, but it's so wet out there. Have fun. Make sure you drink lots of water, Charles. Stay cooled off. It's so easy to get dehydrated. Did you, oh, how's that house coming along that you were remodeling for a rental? Hopefully that looks nice. You mowing over there too? Looks like you're putting a lot of work into it. That's what is stressing my husband out because we're not able to mow the lot that we live on is very wet. Even on a dry day, it's very wet. It's wet land. And so it's really hard to get in there we live on an acre lot. So it gets complicated to try to mow it since it's a wet lot. The other lot we have is a half acre, and for the most part, it's pretty dry. One of the previous owners, built the land up so it'd be dry, but then it ruined the foundation of that. I wouldn't say the foundation of the house, but it ruined some of the, kind of like the foundation. I had to pay like $35,000 to redo the baseboard, not the baseboard, what do you call it? The main floor. And then get a whole new, like, some pump thing, but they built it so high that it all went to the house. And so we've been slowly trying to get the dirt off to make it, make the yard lower so it doesn't all run to the house, that it runs to the different ditches or draining areas. But so it's easy to mow it because they built it up so much, but we still got to get it down. So, and he's made a good effort to get it away from the house, but it's still pretty high. We need to keep working on getting the yard lower and lower. I don't think he realized when he was building up the yard, he didn't slant it just right to keep it away from the house. And so that was a bummer. So the house is empty. It gutted because we had to get the whole new floor in there, braces and all. Still working on it. Yeah, it needs mowed also. I think it's so fun to do that stuff. We stopped on remodeling that one house I was just talking about. We want to redesign it. So since it's gutted, that would be a perfect time to redesign it. But then, you got to have time, you got to have money, and we don't have either one. So that is a bummer. I wanted to move my daughter in there, but I don't like the setup that it is right now. So, and he just likes the garage. I'm like, we're paying all this money for this house and I just want the garage. Let's get her done, Now the house that we live at, we live in a camper, but so the house we're at, our point was to live in the camper and remodel that house. And unbeknownst to us, because it was whoever they rented it to was hoarder, and so you couldn't really see it until we cleaned it out real good. And the whole foundation, it was built like in 1920 something. It has deteriorated. So there's no fixing it. The whole concrete blocks and everything is just deteriorated. The house is falling. So I thought we could lift it up and redo the foundation, but it's going to be too expensive and complicated. And my husband said, no, we're not doing that. So I got to tear it down, but we're using it as a shed until it falls down, I guess. This is such a bummer. I don't want to waste my gas running around since I lost my dash. I'm so sad. So now I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do. What is busy on Uber? All right, we're gonna go to the other town and see if there's some red spots over there. So, it's a 2-bedroom, but he gutted it, and because we're gonna lift it up and try to fix it now that we know we can't. We thought of, we you thought about everything and try to research everything, and the roof, he said the roof isn't strong enough to be lifted. So it's just going to be easier, and he doesn't like the location of the house on the property. We would like the house to be centered, and it's on the one side. So we're just living in the camper, and guess we'll tear it down and one day get in a house. So that's kind of a bummer. I'm going way into debt with it. Hope it pays off the long run, right? Well, the one house that we're not living at, that I put $35,000 into that floor, and then now it's just sitting there. It's driving me insane. It's like, and I did a home equity loan for it, so it's just sitting there. He does use the garage, because it's a 2-car garage, then it has a breezeway, and then it's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath home. But I just feel like, what do I do with it? You know, I'm not doing anything with it. So I feel like I'm just throwing money out into the air and hoping. Somebody offered me a lot of money for it recently, because property values here just skyrocketed. And I only owe $4,000 on that particular mortgage, but then my home equity loan I owe more, but the actual mortgage only owe $4,000 on it. And it's like, do I sit on it? And then one day maybe we can fix it up, or do I sell it? It does. So both houses we own, were originally his grandmother's. So Grandma Moore had one. We live at Grandma Moore's old place, hence my name, Grandma Moore. There's just a lot of meaning to that. And then that is my name, but we live at Grandma Moore's old. That was her house. And we live on that property, and then I am Grandma Moore, and so I just thought that was really, there was a lot of meaning when I picked that name for my channel. And so that was hers, and then the house that is just sitting there is actually next door to his mom, and it was his mom's house, and they both went through different owners and came back to us. So we bought them both, only for one we bought for $20,000 and one we bought for $23,000. So do I sit on it? No, I do have a home equity loan on the one house, but other than that, you know, I owe 4 on one and 5 on the other. So I'm definitely not going to get rid of the one that I owe 5 on. The other one, I just don't know what to do with it being next door to his mom's, and if both of them having all that, sentimental value. I'm just not sure what to do. I don't want it just to sit there and let my money go out the window, but yet I don't want to get rid of them. I'm so stuck. It's like, daggone if you do and daggone if you don't, right? But hopefully one day we'll get it up and one of the kids or grandkids will get to live in it, because I don't want to live there. But it does have a lot of outbuildings. That's where my garden was. They always had a garden there, so it does have some good soil in the back for the garden. And that's where we had because it's next door to his mom's, we have a swing set and everything for the kids. They like to throw their birthday parties and stuff in the backyard. So it has value. It's just that the house itself doesn't have value right now until we, I've done the whole floor thing. Now I just need to put the plumbing back in and start doing it. And then the property we live at, the 1 acre lot, I absolutely love. It's just it's all outlined by trees. My neighbor is a cornfield. Excuse me. My other neighbor is a 70-year-old gentleman that is super nice. So I absolutely love where I live. It's just that it's wet land and it's hard to cut. If it rains, just barely it rains, we have trouble, I am having so much trouble getting an order. I hate that I lost my DoorDash stuff. Lesson learned. So I get it. Like, you feel like you're throwing money at it and hope that it's worth it at the end. But when they offered me a lot of money for it, it was hard to say no. I could be out of debt, like completely out of debt, and buy me a little cabin for my house if I took the money. But then part of me is like, if I hold on to it, it might be worth more later. I don't know. I don't know if it's a money value or a sentimental value. The good thing is it's paid for. I only paid $10,000 for the house, and the taxes are paid. Oh, nice. I know I couldn't buy another property for $20,000. I did take $50,000 out. I have a $50,000 home equity loan on that one, so that hurts. But I hired, because Travis was going to try to do my husband Travis was going to try to do all that himself. And you had to have all these huge boards. There was no way he could do it by himself, so I just hired a company, and they took me. But I shouldn't have paid that much for that whole new floor and stuff. But I couldn't find another property for that amount. And I paid, even with it gutted right now in the market value, I paid $20,000, and it's showing that it's worth, there's my insurance and taxes and everything saying it's worth $150 gutted. So I said, all right, well, I'm just gonna sit on it then. All right, Rhodey has a large. I can't do large. And now where I'm at, like I said, I owe about $5,000. So it'll be paid off next year. And, whatever happens to that house, we don't have a home equity loan or nothing. And the taxes are like $300 a year. And that property's only worth like $50,000. So it's perfect for me. I love it. But it is hard to garden. The only way I could garden that particular property would probably be those box garden things, where they make those boxes and you can garden in it. I don't know what it's called. I guess that's what it's called. And because the land is so wet, and it's so shaded, I would have to do it like in what you call a front yard, because my backyard is shaded all the time, which is one of the reasons I absolutely love it. I have a hammock. I like having my hammock out there and in between the trees, and it just stays shaded. My dogs loved it. They're passed. We have a little memorial for them in the back. So even though it's wet land, I just like that piece of property. I am on the main road. So we do have a nice fenced in yard. Like, it's just like chicken fence or something. I don't know what he used. Because when the grandkids are over and stuff, that's kind of like, okay, you cannot go past this, because I don't want anybody near that road. They think it's the Indy 500 or something. You can sit on the front porch, and I tell you, these people go 100 miles an hour, and it's like a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. But they have to race or something. I don't know what they're doing. Also, homeowners insurance is paid for a year anyway. Oh, nice. So you got all your ducks in a row. Paid $10,000, got your taxes paid, your house insurance paid. So, wow, that is a fantastic deal. You just have to put some elbow grease and parts in there. That is a good deal. I'm just going to make a circle, I guess. I don't know. I really wanted to make some money today, but it's going to get sunny. It's Tuesday, so I'll give it until 1 and see how it goes. Yeah, that is a great deal. And then you could probably rent it. I don't know what rent's going there, but rent used to be about $600-700 a year, and now it's like $1,200 for a bad place. And some of these places are like $2,000-2,500 a month for a house. It is crazy. So what happened is they built 14 miles for $10 at Panera. I don't really want to take that, but I'm taking it because I have nothing else. Oh, okay. That's a bad order, but I have nothing going on in my life at this moment. So we had an army ammunition plant that sat empty for years and years, and they started building all these factories, and now they're building a big metadata center. And so all these people, all of a sudden, in the last like 2 years, from all the different countries, different states, just out of nowhere, our population exploded. And so now we have a housing shortage, and they're building all these apartments and subdivisions. It has gone out the roof. It's crazy. So many red lights now we used to not have. And you can look at license plates. They're from everywhere. All different kind of people, all different kind of stuff. And they're just, our area is just really growing big time. And so made this shortage, and then all the rent went up, and now our property taxes, for some reason, our property taxes went up, like tripled. People are so mad about our property taxes. Me, including me. I'm mad. Now, that one property is not bad, but the other property is, the taxes is outrageous. So it really made our rent and everything go up. So I don't know if that's in your case, then you can make a fortune renting something. And that would be nice, you know, getting that nice passive monthly income, as long as you get good renters. My uncle rented this piece of property several years ago, about 8 years ago. He had a nice, like, double wide on an acre lot, and it had a nice garage and everything. And he thought, okay, I'll have this, like, income coming in. He didn't pay a lot for it, but he put a lot into it. Elbow grease and different, you know, new faucets and all that stuff, and fixed it up. And he rented to these people, and they just trashed it, ruined it. He was devastated. We put our camper out there for a couple of months while we were waiting to buy something to put our camper on. But he's like, I don't even know what to do with it at this point. They trashed it. So make sure you do your due diligence on who you rent it out to. Do your research on them. And it's so sad that you can't just, people just aren't respectful to each other anymore. You know, just be good people. Do y'all ever watch those videos, the Karen videos? I used to be a Karen, I think. I watch them and I'm like, I'm so glad they didn't have all this stuff back in the day. It would be, I would be on all of this stuff. I was a crazy person. You got to be choosy on who you rent to. Exactly. So true. People just don't have respect for each other. My daughter rents, and they do, like, you know, maintenance comes in and stuff. And most of the places don't have carpet, but they let her have the carpeted one. Said, you always keep up with everything. And she's lived there quite a while, and her car still looks good and everything. But they said, you know, they walk in, some of them, the maintenance will walk in some, and said, it's so bad, you can't even try to do the maintenance, you can't do anything. The other day, we went to the demolition derby, and I had went to her house to pick them up and stuff, and we were hanging out before we went to the demolition derby, and our sink was stopped up, and I was trying to get it unstopped, and then we had to go, and I forgot to finish up, whatever. And so when my husband and I came back to pick them up for the demolition derby, she's like, Mom, you still have a mess in the bathroom with the sink. And I said, oh yeah, I didn't finish unstopping it. And so then Travis took it over. He's like, no, we got to take the S curve thing out. And we cleaned it out. And she said, well, I could have called maintenance. She said it would have just took them a couple of weeks. I said, We got it done in 10 minutes. It's done. It's over. You don't have to call them. So I asked her yesterday, I said, how's that sink? She goes, oh my goodness, it's so much better. But if I'm going to Panera, they're sending me a weird way to Panera. I don't know why they're sending me that way. I think it's because they're doing construction up here, I bet. Okay. We're going to go a little different than they tell us to. That's why the place was in such a bad shape before I got it. Oh, I see. Because they had bad renters. That makes sense. And what about this hoarding stuff? I watch about that too. That's some wild stuff. You don't hear so much about it now, but there for a while it was like the thing. People would just take over people's houses with the, this one lady I had seen on the news, it was a while back. She went on vacation. I wouldn't say vacation, but she had went out of town to take care of her sick mother, and she was gone for a couple of weeks. Comes back, and there's hoarders in her house. She can't get them out, and she has all this stuff in there, like her paperwork and everything. And she's like, I need all this stuff because she had to go back and take care of her mom, and it was crazy. I couldn't believe it. What made them think that they had the right to take her house? And she was only gone a couple of weeks. And then it seems like the hoarders have more rights than the homeowner. That was way out of hand. I don't know if you don't hear about it now because it got under control or what. Squatters. Thank you, not hoarders. My bad. I watched that show too. I got it wrong. That's what happens when you get older, right? Your brain just kind of mingles everything together. I can't believe I got that wrong. But yes, squatters. I heard a weird noise. I don't know what it was. Okay, let's see. Oh, it was shipped. It says, keep your shopper account secure and up to date. I keep getting those everywhere. I think they would to sell you, like, I get it on Uber, and now I just got it on Shipped. It's like they want to sell you, like, something, or I don't know what the deal is. Why it does that. But yes, squatters. That's what it's called. I think that was the worst thing ever. I could see if a house had been abandoned for years and years, and these people went in, but the homeowner should have more rights than a squatter has, no matter what it is, in my opinion. I don't even understand why people in their mind would think it would be okay. There was a lot of things wrong with the 80s, but, at least we had common sense and fight in us in the 70s. There was, what they would protest, but they didn't do like crazy stuff like riots and things. We just seem to have more sense to us or something. Oh, we're entitled. I think that's the thing. It's like people, no matter how old they are nowadays, it's like everybody's entitled to stuff. It drives me crazy. It is clearing up. So that is great news. That is really good news. I'm so glad. All right, I just got to run in and get this real quick. A tuna salad sandwich. This sounds kind of good. a very long drive for $10, but $10 is $10. Let me, okay, here we go. So Charles, I made you a moderator here. All right. We're going to go way out in the country. Hopefully I don't lose service while I'm out that way. But we will see. We will see. That post office man. Okay, got it. He was actually in a spot. Sometimes they're not always in a spot. This is going to be a long drive. At least the food was ready though. I'm so mad at myself. My whole goal today was to do the earn by time, and I got stuck on that Papa John stuff. So mad. But you don't know until you try something, you know. Put this on charge. Let's see. And this is a hand to me. The thing I like the best about Uber over DoorDash is, and I say this all the time, but it's just because I really appreciate it, is however they send out the orders, probably 95% of the time, I never have to wait for the order. You know what I mean? I like how however they do their algorithm, your food's ready. Like I said, 95% of the time. Every once in a while, I'll have to wait. So I really like that. That's my favorite part about Uber. And if DoorDash, as soon as they get the order, they're sending it to you. So when you get to the restaurant, a lot of times they'll say, oh, we just got that order. And that is frustrating. That gets very frustrating. It's like, why didn't you just wait to send that out? Wait a couple of minutes to send that out, because the restaurant, there's this one Subway, it's almost like it hurts their feelings that they don't have the order ready. They're like, oh, but we just got this. It'll be a while or something. And it's not their fault, we understand. But I guess they just take pride in what they're doing and they want to have it ready. And I get that too. So if DoorDash would just wait a few more minutes before they sent the order out, I think it would save a lot of grief for the dasher and the restaurant. Because I know when I first started, I was not patient. Like, how long is this going to take? Which I was kind of like that at Papa John's a little bit, just because I could tell she didn't have anything ready. I wouldn't say that was impatient. I didn't blame her for that or nothing. It was just, okay, this wasn't smart, but hindsight says I should have just waited. Now I know, but I do think that Uber has that figured out better. Let's hope it keeps me busy. If I make $100 a day, it'll be a miracle. Hopefully that'll work for me. So I think I'm at 50, and this will give me 60, so. And I'm not sure if I'm babysitting the kids on Wednesday or Thursday. But I think I'm going to work all weekend. Well, I don't know about Sunday. We don't like to work Sundays. But, so I can make up, if I don't do well today, I can make it up later in the weekend, on the weekend. I don't know. I wonder what 4th of July will be like. Like, will it be worth working or not? Well, I gotta go. You be blessed. $10 is $10. Amen to that. Thanks, Charles. You have a good one. Have fun mowing the grass. Drink lots of water. Be safe out there. I appreciate you hanging out with me. It means a lot to me. We love watching you. My husband and I watch you. We think it's a lot of fun. I can't always comment on everybody's because I mostly watch on my TV. So I can hit like, but I can't comment. So a lot of people don't know I watch them when I do, but I try to get my phone and comment when I can, but sometimes I'm cooking or whatever, so I just listen to people. But thank you for hanging out with me on this crazy Tuesday. It feels like a Monday. What a day. I almost felt like throwing up my hands this morning when my lights went out. I'm like, oh, should I even just try? It's gonna not go my way today. Maybe the day will surprise me. Like we were talking about earlier, God will provide. Whatever happens today will happen. My car gets so loud on the expressway, so I apologize for that. We're going to be on the expressway for a minute. I didn't realize I was going that far out. Aw, thank you for becoming a member, Charles. I appreciate that. That's so sweet. Aw. Warms my heart. Thank you so much. I'm trying to get to 10 members. That's my goal. Then I thought I'd member for a live, members only live, like from the house. I think I would be less nervous that way. My safe space is my car, so it's easy if I'm in my car. But I tried live from my house a couple of times. I get so nervous. Because if I forget if I lose what I want to lose what to talk about, I can always go back to talking about the gig apps. And then at the house, it's like, what do I talk about? But I've been watching some people, they talk about all kinds of stuff. So I need not to worry about it so much. We're at mile marker 120. We got to go to mile marker 113, or exit 113. So we got 7 miles to go. And I will have to get over. This lane ends. But there's these semis. If they want over, if people would let them over, I'm going to go ahead and get this lane. Oh, look at all those emojis. How fun. Those are cool. Awesome. I don't know how to do so many things. I gotta learn how to do all the different stuff. Like, so you can people highlight your name whenever you're in chat. I don't know how to do that. Like, to let them know you're talking to them. Figure that out. And then I see, like, on some people's pages they highlight different channels, to help their friends out and stuff. I haven't figured out how to do that. I really would like to, I watch so many people, and I really want to support all the smaller channels. I like to do that. I need to reach out to Mike the Bike the Dasher and figure out how to do that. He does all this neat stuff on his. To help others, but I don't know how. But I'll learn. That's the best thing about doing this YouTube stuff. Like, I feel really good about any Microsoft Word product or Microsoft product, but the social media stuff I don't know. So being able to learn and figure out, oh, this is cool, and then, oh, I need to learn this and this. Oh, I have a great idea for merchandise. I really want to work on that, but I don't really know how, because I like to do like a cheaper shirt, because I want to do like put gas in my Ford to keep me trucking for the Lord kind of thing, because it's the more riders and do the whole car thing. But it looks like I don't want somebody to have to pay $25 for a t-shirt. So I don't know. I've been trying to figure out, am I going to try to make them myself? And then how design it and do all that. But then I'd have to buy a Cricut machine, and I can't buy a Cricut machine. So, but I just think it's so expensive. But really, that's where I really want to, my next like focus is making the merch. I think it would be so fun, but I have no idea how to do this. And I've been looking at other people's merchandise, like how do they put their channel on it and then do their words, and do I want it in the front and the back? But I think that'd be fun, you know, whatever kind of car you have, and rhyme it. What is it? Forget what the Chevy one is. But there's a whole list of them, and we used to sing at church camp, and I thought that would be so fun. A great little merch idea. You'll figure it out. Wish you the best. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, it's just a matter of, I just get so, I can't sit still long enough to figure it out. I don't have ADHD or anything, but you'd think I did. I just, I get to sitting at my computer, and then I'm like, all right, I got to get going, do this, do that. So if I can just make myself sit there, then I can do it. I have researched it. At least I've done that. I've gone that far. So thank you for the encouragement. I appreciate that, the positivity. I love. Sometimes you just need that extra boost to, okay, you can do it. So thank you so much, Charles. All right, only 4 minutes away, so that's good. Rhodey had something to send, but it wasn't a bad deal, but it's way out in Louisville, and you would have to cross a toll bridge to get back, so not going to be able to do that one. I've got to stop at that toll place and fix my thing so I can go across it again. Otherwise I have to pay full price, and I don't like paying full price, that's for sure. I don't like having to pay tolls at all. It drives me insane. I saw on the news this morning, see the prices all go up this morning, and they were interviewing this lady about the tolls, and she's like, well, if we're having to pay for all these tolls, you wouldn't think we'd have all these potholes now, would you? And I have to agree, we have so many potholes. Our roads are not in good shape, and they want to make everything. Our governor has decided we need to put tolls on everything, including I-64, which is what I'm on now. I'm headed your way, Charles, I-64. And I agree with her. Why do we have all these potholes if you're going to charge us toll? Fix all of this first or something, you know? And then they added $2 a pack for cigarette tax as of today. And they're expecting it to bring in $400 billion. Indiana's not that wide. It's so easy for anybody in Indiana to go to another state to buy cigarettes. So I hope everybody boycotts it. So they'd have to bring it back down or something. But we live across the bridge from Kentucky. So I'm just buying my cigarettes from Kentucky. It's ridiculous. And then they raised our gas tax. Indiana used to be such a good place to live, and I don't know, with all this growth and all this increase in taxes as of today, it's like, let me just sell everything and move to the beach or something. I'd love to be a beach bum, but since my property's almost paid off, that'd be a really stupid idea. But it does cross my mind. At least I live in the country and I don't have to go that way. I can go a different way. But working the gig apps, I have to go where all the growth is because that's where I make my money. The other way I can do good, I did do good the other way on a Friday night. It pays really nice. But I had some really good bonuses. I've never been here. It's called, according to what they wrote on Uber, this is an Amazon sorting facility. I don't know if that's the same as the Amazon by where I live, where they pick the orders. I'm not sure what this means. All right, did I go in the wrong entrance? I've never been here. It says Amazon Sort Center. Okay, drop off, meet at door. Okay, so hopefully I can figure this out. Huh. Where I live, there's a huge Amazon thing, and so this is kind of nice. It's a little one. They have a little smoking area, caged-in smoking area. Looks more relaxed. Where I live, our Amazon factory is like so gel-like. Okay, maybe this is him. Are you David? Oh. Well, shucks. I thought it might be David. Okay, meet that door. So let me see if I can figure this out. I don't know if I have to go in or how this works. Alright, the security guard took it, so that made life easier. Sorry to leave the emergency flashers in your ears. I just was parked in a weird spot. Didn't want to. Alright. Let's see here. See how to get out of here. This will be fun. Nothing going on there. Shipped don't have anything. Let's just, while we're here, we can check Rody real quick. Because they did have a couple of orders. I see an exit. Okay. That one I was going to keep my eye out on was taken. I figured it would. It was a good order. Alright. So, nothing I could take on Rody. Most of it's large or extra large. I can't do those. So back to town we go. Alright. And I never thanked anybody for those tips. That's one thing I like about Uber too. You get to thank them for their tips. I think that's a nice little thing. Okay. So send thanks for the tip. I had this one order earlier before I went live on here. It was a Walgreens shopping, and if you do so many shopping, you get a bonus. Blah blah blah. Okay. So I'm like, all right, I'll do this. It was three quick items at Walgreens for like $6 or $7. It was going a mile, so not a big deal. I get to Walgreens, they didn't have any of those 3 items, so I just unassigned it. I'm like, nope, I'm not dealing with this, because I went to go see if they had substitutions, and it said ask the customer about their substitution, and I'm like, for $6, nope. creams usually had stuff, so they wanted a special kind of ice cream, which, okay, that, I can see that not being in stock. They wanted 2% milk. Nope. They didn't have that. And then the third item, I didn't even really look for it, because at that point I'm like, 2 out of 3 things, why even try? Forget it. Alright, so now we got to travel all the way back to town, unless we get an order, but I'm not seeing anything busy from where we're at, unless we just get lucky. It'd be nice to grab something out here before we go back. If not, that's okay too. Let's see. See how's it going out there. Still looking at the grass. I thought you could look at me for a second. I don't know. Everybody does it differently. Some people like to look at the road. Some people like to look at themselves, you know, have them facing them. I kind of mostly do the road. But I guess it just depends. I talk with my hands a lot, and then so the road's kind of nice, so I don't embarrass myself by talking with my hands all the time. It's just how it is. But I was trying to think some of the other ones that I saw on I watch so many YouTube things, like in the wintertime when all of our shows are on, then I watch my shows, but then and it's reruns, then I get addicted to YouTube, and then I watch the one shows, and then when I watch all the Dashers and stuff, it's hard because I want to comment on all the Dashers because it's a great community and you want to show your support. And then but then the other ones I watch, I cook and clean. A lot of times I'm doing different things and I just have it playing, so I get most of the ones I watch are the, you know, Mandela effects, the whole political, I don't want to say political, but kind of political, historic kind of things, and documentaries. I do like to fall asleep to documentaries, but all different kinds. I mean, I want things that are like totally mellow when I go to sleep. So I do kind of like Hollywood stuff. Last night I fell asleep to, it was something like the 10 worst Hollywood stars, and they were like oh shoot, was it Mickey Rooney? It was like can't remember all their names. I can see their faces. The one guy, his son was real popular, Kirk Douglas, talking about all of those. I like that because it's usually like mellow and it doesn't really matter about anything. I don't have to think about it. So I like to fall asleep to that stuff. And I think it's interesting to hear about people's past. Faye Dunaway was one of them that was on that list. So it's just interesting to see, because you get to see people's, you know, like what really goes on with different people. And every day, that's why I think YouTube's so interesting, because you don't see everyday people, and then you have something like YouTube and you get to see everyday people and what they're doing and what their life's like, you know. Like when we traveled from here to Route 66 to California, just the different cultures from to California was interesting. You had the different houses are made a little different, because if you're like in Florida or certain places, they're going to be hurricane proof, so they have different things here. They're tornado proof, or I wouldn't say proof, but you know, they have different requirements. So the houses, some houses have stucco, like down in Florida. Here, you know, you might have a lot of wood, but I don't know, it's just interesting. And the food, like we would order the same thing from, my kids ate the same thing. So we order it here, and then as we travel along, they order the same thing, and it got spicier and spicier and spicier the more west we went. They always like to eat the McChicken. And then by the time we got, I don't know, like to Arizona, they're like, Mom, those are way too spicy. And we didn't order anything different. It wasn't like they had the hot and spicy or the spicy ones back then. It's been a while. And just ordering, even when we went to sit down restaurants or something, the food, all the food was more spicy. It was like, it's just interesting. My point being, it's just interesting to see all the different things people go through, just everyday life stuff. One of the reasons I don't like expressway is nice if you got to get somewhere. It makes it nice to go fast, get there, do what you need to do. But in general, I don't like the expressway because if you go, like maybe the county highway or something, you get to see more houses, you get to see more of the community. So one day, my husband and I just went for a ride. I think we drove down to Buc-ee's to turn around and came back. We just like to go for a ride, and that was a nice, easy ride. And we decided, okay, let's go back on the country roads. And we were hungry. We were going to eat at Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's was crazy busy. We're both like, we're not doing the whole eating at Buc-ee's. And we didn't get gas. I don't know if we did anything else. So let's find like a diner. And we got so blessed finding the cutest little diner. Just, I don't know, a couple miles from there. And it was a local diner, community people, small business. Food was amazing. It was cheap. Just a nice atmosphere. I'd rather do something like that, I think it's awesome. Machining World, how are you today? Thanks for joining in. Just driving around and chatting. It was raining and cloudy. Now the sun's starting to come out. It's getting to be prettier today. Thank goodness. I was getting a little worried about it. You're good? Good. Anything exciting going on with you on this Tuesday? This Tuesday feels like a Monday for me. It has been upside down the whole day. So, waiting for a better moment, that's for sure. So, not a bad day. I mean, it's getting better and better as the day goes on. Messed up my DoorDash schedule, so I'm sad about that. It is what it is, right? You win some and you lose some. What can I say? All right, getting off this expressway. I don't really like this ramp. I'll show you. This ramp is on the left side instead of the right side. So you got people going fast, but yet you're taking this ramp. And so it's kind of like annoying. And if people aren't from here, they don't realize how many people use this ramp well, it's not a good order, but, I lost it. Okay. I thought about it way too long. I'm trying to get off this ramp, so I couldn't, react real fast. We'll get in this slow lane and be happy here. Okay, here it comes. Now we can take it. It's not a good order, but the thing is, I'm just going to keep moving and trying to do what I need to do. This truck is going to annoy me. So, all right. I don't need this exit, but I just wanted to get in this slow lane. God bless you, ma'am. God bless you too, sir. Hope you're having a wonderful day. And God gives you whatever it is that you're praying for. Maybe. What's that one song about thank God for unanswered prayers? That is so true. We think we know what we want, or we think we know what's good for us, and then we find out later, oh, that might not have been such a good idea after all, right? So, I don't know. I kind of struggling with that right now too. It's like I have a daughter that is just out there. It is driving me crazy. I don't know if she's alive or not, and I don't know if she's fed or not fed. She's older, but she doesn't want to come. She doesn't want to talk to me. So, I just keep praying and praying that I'll find out how she's doing or what's going on. But then it's like, well, maybe it's an unanswered prayer for a reason. Like maybe she's learning a lesson. Or maybe I'm learning a lesson. I've been debating on filing a missing person report. I don't know if that'd be helpful to her or not helpful. If I knew how she was doing, or what was, it would give me an idea of what to do next. But I figured God has a plan, and I have to be open to that. But sometimes we have action items. It's like, do I have an action item here or not? That's why I don't know if I should file a missing person report or not, because I don't know if I have an action item. And maybe that's what I need to pray for. Like I said in my video that came out this morning, is sometimes I feel like I pray wrong. Like, how do I pray? Like, do I pray for safety? Do I pray for what's my action item? Then I feel selfish if I pray for myself, like, tell me if she's alive. But instead, I need to be praying that she's safe and healthy and everything. Alright, we're going to get in a little bit of a traffic jam, and we need this next exit. So hopefully this traffic jam won't take us too long. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Y'all keep me company on this gloomy day. It was sunny for a minute. Ain't it weird how when the sun pops out, it just changes your whole being. It like brightens you up, And then when it's cloudy, it's kind of like, ugh. Kind of make the gloomy day makes you gloomy kind of thing. There really is a correlation with all that. Like I said earlier, my husband has SAD, which is a sun deficiency. You can only cure it with like vitamin D, right? I mean, there's other ways, but vitamin D is the main thing. It's lack of vitamin D. And I think we all need it. It's like, give me more vitamin D. And the sun is the best way. It's a natural vitamin D. And so this is like a $6 order for like 7 miles. But since I lost my DoorDash schedule, I'm just taking what I could take. I need to increase. All my other numbers are good. Because whenever I was platinum for a minute on Uber, I got fantastic orders, which I got a fantastic order yesterday too. But then I could get more better, That didn't make sense. That wasn't proper English. But I think the orders are better on platinum on Uber. Now, I was silver for a minute, what was it, last week on DoorDash? And that did not seem to be profitable at all. It actually seemed like I got worse orders on silver than I did not being silver. But I used to be platinum and top dasher for 3 years, over 3 years. And then I would make great money. So I think getting platinum on DoorDash is a benefit. And I need to make myself just do it. But it's going to be a lot of heartache to get myself there. Because you have to take a lot of bad orders to get yourself, to get yourself to platinum. That car went, so I thought it was safe. Dangerous, danger, danger. I was coming here to pick up an order one day, and a garbage truck actually flipped on this roundabout. I think roundabouts in general aren't bad, but whoever designs Indiana roundabouts don't know how. I don't think they took in consideration that we drive large vehicles or something. The one roundabout we I go through in the mornings, so many semis flip over there. It's terrible. Ooh, this Zaxby's busy. I hope our order's ready. Usually this Zaxby's not that busy. Okay. They get mad if you park in the curbside parking. Most of them don't care. But these people are not as nice. All right, so I will be right back. Let's look at what we're going to get. We're just getting, okay, we're going to have a Coke. So whenever I have that, just one meal. So I like to prepare I have my insulated drink carrier. I always get that out. I'm going to have one drink, and it makes it nice instead of putting it in your drink holder. And then I have my bag, so as soon as I come out, it'll be easy to put all up. Always look at my order, then decide which bags I need to have prepped, right? So I'll be right back. I got my keychain stuck in my hand. That was crazy. All right, so we got the drink. We'll put it in the drink carrier. We got the food. Put it in the hot bag. So, and I have no idea how far we're going to go. Hopefully not too awful far. And be ready here. Okay, so we're going to verify the order. Order verified. We are going to go 15 minutes. Kind of looks weird how we're doing this. Okay, so we'll see. I have no idea. Thank you, Machining World, for subscribing. I appreciate that. Let's see if we can figure this out. I don't know. Oh, I see. Maybe. We're going to take... Kind of weird how they have this. It looks like maybe this exit's closed or something. The GPS looks really weird. It says 15 minutes, but it has you circling on I-65. So if for some reason that's the case, I-65, we'll figure it out. Surely that exit's not closed. Do y'all ever have issues with the GPS and you're like, I'm not understanding it? Kerwin Road. Okay, at least I know. Okay, we're going to these apartments, so at least I know where I'm going now. I know a back way to get there. Okay, good deal. So if for some reason we can't get on the expressway, we can have a game plan. Thinking, okay, it just went to 7 minutes. So, yeah. Okay, so I guess I was confused where I was. So GPS worked itself out, thank goodness. All right, this won't take long then. That's not bad. I think it was just not understanding where I was and what I was doing. So like this, when I pick up like from Five Guys, places like that in Clarksville, you can't you can't hit that road. You have to actually go out the parking lot and then go the road, and it doesn't know that, so it gets confused. And I think that's what happened here, is because you're right by the expressway, so it got confused where you are. So it thought I had to go to 65 and back. So once I hit this road, then it worked itself out. It's not good. Now, Uber's good. It has a spot where you can report like closed roads and different things. So that's nice. But DoorDash doesn't. And it seems like it doesn't recognize closed roads. So one day I got really upset. I talked about it in one of my videos. I took this order. It was like 2 miles. And it wasn't paying much. It was paying like $5. So, okay. But once I picked up the order, it recognized that the road was closed. Oh, that expressway is really backed up. I got to remember not to go that way. So then my 2 miles ended up being like 10 miles because the bridge was closed. But I didn't know where I was going, like that it was going to go that way. So, and then a lot of the orders they send me, you got to just pay real close attention because it always wants to include you being able to cross that bridge. So that's a lot of the orders I decline because you have to go way out of your way to get that order delivered, but it doesn't calculate that when they send you the offer. And Uber seems to be better at it. And I think it's because you do report it. I have reported like road closures, and it gives me an update like, yes, this was confirmed. No, this wasn't confirmed. One time, somehow I hit the button that this road was closed. I didn't mean to. It was not closed. I don't know what I did. I don't know how I even got there. And, but luckily, I guess somebody confirmed that it was not closed and everything, you know, then it was fine. But I'm trying to undo it. I couldn't figure out how to undo it. But the one time the road really was closed, and I did report it, and it continued to give me updates. Yes, now 10 people have confirmed that this road is closed. But that was so embarrassing when I accidentally said this road was closed when it really wasn't. And like I said, I have no idea how I did it. Because whenever I did it that one road, it was, you know, I actually had to go into a couple of different things. So how I don't know if it was in my pocket. That might have been what happened. It was in my pocket and I hit the button. I don't know. I get things kind of messed up sometimes. I do pretty good. It's just every once in a while I have a moment. Like somebody was talking about the gold level on DoorDash. I'm like, gold level? What are you talking about? And then I forgot it. Silver, gold, and platinum. I was so embarrassed whenever they're like, duh. And I'm like, oh, you're right. But I've never been gold that I can think of on DoorDash. So it just didn't dawn on me, you know. But that was embarrassing. But I think when you get embarrassed like that, it's just best to say it. Then you can let it go, you know. But when you try to like cover it, then it just makes it worse and worse. Just own it. And I owned it. I'm like, yep, you're right. It's like I was talking about spotters, but I kept calling them hoarders. Somebody corrected me, thank goodness. Like, I can't believe I did that wrong. But it happens. You know, the Bible tells you nobody's perfect but God, so that's always my go-to. Check on the luck. Okay, I have a drink. Sometimes I forget. Oh, I've got to remember I have a drink in the car. That's the only bad thing about my insulated cup holder is I put the lid on it. I don't zip it. Sometimes I zip it. Depends what I got and everything. But I'll forget. Oh, daggone. That's what happened to me in Florida. Is it was in my drink carrier and I forgot. I always feel like it's a good order. I don't have that many drinks I don't really mind drinks too much, but I've done it where I've had, 12 drinks, 18 drinks, but those usually paid really, really well. I haven't had those kind of orders in a long time. I think it was maybe last summer or the summer before. It was a really hot day. This office orders, I forget how many shakes. So many shakes. And it was super hot outside. And luckily I have an insulated carrier. And then, so that held 6 of the shakes. They must have had like 8 shakes and a whole bunch of drinks or something. But most of them came out still looking really good. And I went pretty far for that order. And that one paid pretty well. I think my highest tip ever was $60. I think that's my highest tip. I think I got that a couple of times. A $60 tip. I've gotten 40s and a couple of 50s. One time I delivered one Saturday when I do Saturdays a lot now, but before I didn't. And so it was like one of the first times I had worked Saturdays. These people were moving, an older couple, and the wife had tipped $20 on the app. And I get there, and the husband said, "Did my wife tip you?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm good." And he's like, "Nah, that's not good enough," and handed me another 20. I'm like, "All right, well maybe I like Saturdays after all." So now I work more Saturdays, not because of that, but always keep that in mind. All right, so this is just to leave at the door. Let's see what one bad thing about the Uber app, like I'm here and I can't get it to move up. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Oh, and I gotta ring the doorbell. I gotta remember that. Do y'all ever forget? So many people don't want you to knock or ring the doorbell. So when they finally do, I forget. Yay, I remember to ring the doorbell. Life is good. All right. Let's see what we got here. Hopefully she'll tip us. Okay. So I'm going to double check all the apps while we're right here before I put my seatbelt on here. Nothing exciting going on DoorDash. Used to when I first started, people would leave comments. A Louisville order. We're not going to Louisville, so forget it. They used to leave comments on my ratings. They don't do that anymore. I miss that so much because you don't always get to talk to the customer. And I have Rody and Shipped on. So I put myself on the schedule for Shipped. Let's just check to make sure there's no available orders. No. They would have sent, they would have emailed us. Oh, I guess we'll go this way. You never know what the best way to go. That's a hard decision every day. It's like, which way should I go? Which way should I go? All right, let me check Rody real quick. We're on this little bitty road. Let's see. Here's one for $29, but it's extra large. Here's one for 60 miles, 32, but it's 10, and it's going way out in Kentucky, so we're not doing that one. All right. So no luck on that either. Well, bummer. Bummer. try to head, I think the goal will be head back to Clarksville, where kind of like, that's like the center of the zone, and it has the most restaurants, and that seems to be, like yesterday, I just kept going back there, and it would keep sending me orders. So I think that's going to be my game plan at this point. But we can't take the expressway because it's like it's not moving. So we'll have to go, these side roads. This is where I went to college. Our little local college. It's, one of those, what do you call it? It's a break off of IU. I don't know. I think there's like 8 of them, maybe. My daughter actually went to IU Bloomington, the main IU. But I had kids and was married, so I went to this one. But I have an IU degree, so I think now it says IUS, but when I graduated, it actually said IU Bloomington. So I got lucky with that. Alright. Let's see what's going on. The sun will peek out for a minute, then it hides, then it peeks out. It's like playing peekaboo with us. Alright. I remembered the drink. I remember to ring the doorbell. So that was a good one. No issues at this point. So take what we can get here. Alright. I'm just going to double check. Oh, let me double check this for a second. If the expressway wasn't bad, the one area is busy on DoorDash, but we'll be able to get there easily. Oh, I wanted to look at earnings. Alright, so I've made $35 on DoorDash this morning. And unfortunately I lost my dash. I'm so sad. And then let's see what we got. I'm waiting for 2 tips, I think. Yes, I'm waiting on 2 tips. The one tip should be $6. And this tip should be $3. So 9 plus 17 is 26. So 35 plus 26 is how much we've made so far today. So not too good. So 26 and 35 is 61 bucks. And I've gone 87 miles. So not good. I can only go 200 miles. Because then I need oil. So we'll do our 200 miles and see what happens. Kind of sad today. This isn't good. If I make 100 today, though, that'll get me, I like to make a little more than that, but we'll see. I don't really have nothing going on tonight, so I can work later. I went live, so I don't have to edit a video. So, we'll see. Tuesdays are so much in the air. It's like, ugh. Some Tuesdays I'll come out and I do great, and then most Tuesdays are so terrible. The only thing I see I'm busy right now is, like I said, is in Clarksville, so headed there. Switch to my water. I probably need more coffee since I didn't get my coffee fix this morning. Alright, just going through this little area, trying to figure it out. Does anybody have a favorite car? What's your favorite car? My favorite car is, I'd like to get a Bronco. We have an Explorer, I'd like to trade it out for a Bronco one day. At first, I didn't like them when they first came out. The most recent ones. But now they have some good looking ones. There was one I really fell in love with at the dealership. It was like a red with like mountain stuff on the bottom. It was really cool looking. But they wanted like $65,000 or $70,000 for it. Like, no way, Jose. That was way too expensive. So, all right. I think people like the road better, so I'll do that. That's fine. I wish I could fix it in a way where you didn't have to see my dash. I could zoom in a little bit. Maybe you wouldn't have to see the dash as much. There's a little bit of sun ray out. Little sun rays coming out. Hopefully it'll last a little while this time. I was on my soapbox earlier. Things are kind of busy. I wonder how many people are actually out on vacation. Like I said earlier, my daughter is on her way to Florida, and she said the traffic, they just kept getting stuck in traffic. There was a lot of accidents, a lot of rain, and I just wondered, like trying to plan when to work or where to work, things like that. I wonder how many people are going on vacation. If I was trying to talk to my husband, like, if they're in Florida, let's go to Florida too, and we'll just work. People will be down there on vacations, the 4th of July and everything, but they're supposed to get so much rain down there. So we were talking about, would it be a good idea? Would tourists be going to trying different restaurants and things since it'll be raining in the area? I try to think about all these things as I plan when I should work, when I shouldn't work. Got all choked up. I do, even Low Vlog said it too, and I had already thought about it. I want to work 4th of July, but I think it'll be a lot of shopping. Whoa, big old hawk. I do agree that it'll be a lot of shopping, probably a lot of chips and sodas, but I think it'll be a good money-making day, but probably mostly shopping. My husband's going to work on my daughter's car that day, so I think I'm just going to work. There might be pizza orders. I don't know. I think the weather's supposed to be really nice Friday, but they keep saying that and then it rains, so there's that. But it would be interesting to, where would people take vacation? A lot of people are probably camping and things. I think camping would be a big one for 4th of July. 4th of July, especially since it's a Friday. I'm just planning out all my how I'm gonna work this week or this weekend. Saturday might be nice because getting up early Saturday morning and working, because people's been out, at their, it might not be though. People will be out all day Friday and be tired on Saturday morning and want breakfast and coffee delivered. So that might be a good idea. Because I know I'm not going to make my goal today. Most likely not. So when can I make it up? I'm going to see if my daughter will let me watch the kids on Thursday. Then I can work all day tomorrow too. That would be helpful. Oh, this is just an order to Louisville, so I don't want that. Okay. DoorDash must be mad at me forever. I really do need to make 100 before I go home. So that's the goal. And I'm at, what did I say, $60? So if I could get $40 more, then I would be happy. That would work out. Alright, here's 10. Somebody took it. I didn't even have time to look at it. That was fast. They just grabbed it. I guess other people are having trouble. There must be some Uber people out here today. I mean, it just popped up and it was gone. That was fast. Alright. Well, maybe we'll get lucky. I don't know. That was crazy fast. What do you consider whenever you're planning on going out to work on the apps? Do you think about like what the activities are? This would be a good day. This wouldn't be a good day because of whatever's going on in the community. I try to think of the weather. It doesn't stop me, but definitely helps me plan a little differently. And then, oh, you know what? This weekend actually is the regatta this weekend in Madison. So it might be a really good idea to work out there because you've got a lot of people. But I don't know if they'll all be like eating, you know, there'll be a lot of people in hotels and stuff. So I would think that would be a good idea. That might be fun. That might be what I do 4th of July. Go to Madison where the regatta is. I'll keep my eye out. Because you're going to have a lot of people in from all over. That might be a good idea for Thursday too. People coming in and wanting groceries. The only place really to do shopping up there with DoorDash is a dollar store and Aldi's. They don't have like a Myers. They just have a Kroger, a Walmart, Aldi's, and the dollar store. But you have a lot of small businesses and little things. I was just trying to think, would it be beneficial to go that way or not? I don't know. Hopefully the chat's working. I see some of y'all in there. Hopefully the video's working all right for you guys. And you can hear me all right. Listen to me ramble as I'm planning my week. My weekly goal is 600, but I'm a little behind on a few things because I went out of town and different things. So I'm trying to like spruce it up to about 800 a week for a couple of weeks to replenish the money I've spent. So that's kind of where I'm at this point. So the next couple of weeks I'm hoping to make 800. So I kind of, like before, I do have a daily goal to help me get to my weekly goal, but that's a small picture is my daily goal, and then my big picture is my weekly goal. Alright, so I didn't do good today, so where can I add it at to make my weekly goal? That's kind of how I do it. So I started off good with yesterday's dash, so at least I have that to kind of lean on. That's helpful. And then a good start of the week. And then if I make 100 today, that's 300. And then I'll have 3 days to make the other 500. So that's kind of how I break it up. Okay. So now if I can stick with 150 a day, not on Tuesdays. Tuesdays, I shouldn't even came out today, really. I messed myself over with the whole DoorDash thing. But anyway, if I could do 150, it just seems so much more achievable. For some reason, going to 200, I mean, I get 200 a lot, but it just seems so stressful or something. But if I make my goal 150, it just feels so easy. Or I want to say easy, but not as stressful. I don't know why that extra $50 makes such a big difference for me. I think I get tired easy around 4 o'clock, and so that's when you make that last little 50. But if I work 8:30 to about 4:30, the 150 normally on a normal day works out good. So I guess I'm gonna go this way. I'm not getting anything, guys. No Shipt, no roadie, no DoorDash. Uber just stopped on me. This is such bad news. Such bad news. It was such a bad morning, so I get it. It's like, $4 to go to Louisville for 14 miles. I can't do it. No. No way, Jose. No way. Come on, Uber, be my friend. Please be my friend, Uber. Help me out. Rody sent a $6 something. Let's check it out. Heck, at this point, I almost take anything. All right, it's the pharmacy. It's in Louisville. I can't do it. Doggone the luck. Oh, it's not available anymore anyway. All right. Shoot, I didn't mean to click on that one. All right, they have a couple of... Oh, here's a $30 one to Scottsburg. Oh, it's 62 miles for $30. It's 8 deliveries. That's really bad, guys. But I don't have anything. It's like, what do I do? What do I do? Here's a 366 on Uber for Lowe's for 9.5 miles going to Louisville. I'm like, but I could do that $30 one. That would get me 90 bucks. Then I'd be in a different area. It is Walmart. I wonder if you get, I don't think you get tips though. What would you do? Would you take the $30? It's going to take you 2.5 hours to make $30. That's really bad. Let's wait. If it comes, we'll keep an eye on it. I think I would, for 2.5 hours, I would do it for 50. So let's see if it comes back at 50. Sometimes it does. So we'll check it in about 10 minutes. Because I don't want to keep doing this. I got to do something different. I can't believe I'm having such a bad day. What helps you when you have a bad day? What cheers you up? Alright, we gotta reassess. So I think I'm gonna park over at Panera, kind of assess the situation, and see what to do. If that came back at 50, I would do it. Even though that still wouldn't pay for the mileage, but it would pay for the hourly. And then I'd be in a different area and maybe I would have better luck. Alright, $13 again, Louisville, so I can't do that. My acceptance rate's up 14, so I'm getting better with that. So, oh, today's a new month. Because it said 5 points. I'm like, 5 points? I should have tons of points. But today's the first of the month. Let's see if we can find some shade, guys. Oh, is there a little bit of shade? Just a itty bitty bit. So let's see if we can. We'll just snag that shade right up. Oh, nice. All right, Let's roll down these windows, see what we can find out here. All right. So, let's see what our situation is. So it's showing some red dots on Uber. So I thought we would get some orders. So I was kind of excited, but nothing there. Okay. So let's refresh Roadie. And up, the one that I was interested in is gone. So somebody already took the one I debated on it, I guess. Oh, nope, it's there. So here's the one with Rhodey. It's for $30, but it's 60 miles. 8 deliveries. And look at that map. But, all right, so let me talk this through. So here's the map. Once you get up there, there's some other roadies up that way. Could I make my goal if I went up that way? That's a thought. But that's 2.5 hours. So would those orders still be there? I don't know. Those are extra large anyway, so that's not even a good thought. All right. So let's look at DoorDash. They're mad at me, so all I got's gray. Nothing. Not busy now. So, and I really believe when they get mad at you, they get mad at you, you know? So that's not good. We could just sit here and wait for a little bit. Oh, shipped. Let's look at shipped. The only thing is one, but it's way out in Louisville, not even close to me. So, a bad Tuesday. Started off as a bad day whenever I didn't have electricity, so what do you expect, right? All right, so these are the kind of orders I'm getting. It's $4.45, 14 miles, chicken salad chick, and then it goes to Louisville, which you have to pay a toll and all these things. So this is a really bad order. And somebody out there is taking them, stealing the orders, whatever. So, so this is where the arrow is where I'm at, and there is some red. Over here is some red, but we have to go that way, and we're already up to like 80 something miles. So I don't want to waste that time, my mileage. We are in shade. So I'm thinking just wait for a little bit and see what happens. All right. I appreciate we got some new subscribers. Thank you. I'm at 625. My goal is 1,000. So I appreciate you there. That means a lot. I have a lot of comments I got to get to. Haven't got there yet. And then, let's see. Trying to get to 4,000 watch hours. I'm at 3,610. So need some more watch hours there. So that's what I got going on in life. Just a bad Tuesday. I need $40 more. That's what I'm waiting. If these tips come through, but they still haven't came through. So let's check the time on these. For some reason, it takes like a couple of hours for me to get my tips sometimes. So still waiting. As long as those 2 tips come in, I'm at $60. All right, so now I get to just chat with you guys. It's not raining, but it's cloudy. Sun that way, clouds that way. So, I don't know. No advice. Let me just check to make sure. Oh, Mally, hi. I don't know why my messages wasn't working. Hope you're doing all right. How's your Tuesday? I'm not having a good Tuesday today. But stay positive. Have faith. God will provide. Hope you're doing all right and things are looking bright for you. Sun is shining, hopefully. A Louisville order I can't take. Okay, I guess, right? I got it. Okay, I guess for me too. Trying to hang in there. Is it sunny there where you're at? Oh, Machining World, you're leaving me. All right. Thank you for listening and hanging out with me, and thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Hope you have a beautiful day or night. I guess it's night. So have a beautiful night. I appreciate you so much. Sunny and cloudy? Yes. Like, well, now it's all cloudy now, but a minute ago, sun on one side and clouds on the other. Yes, me too. Me too. My little heart's a little cloudy right now, though. Bad day, but oh well. It happens to the best of us. See if anything exciting's going on anywhere else. Nope. Nope. Well, doggone the luck. I don't know. Is there anything like, where are you at, Melly? Are you in the United States? I'm near, yes, in the United States. Ah, nice. I am near Louisville, Kentucky, where the Kentucky Derby is. That's where I'm at. On the Indiana side of it. It's called the sunny side of Louisville, but it's not sunny today. But, so we got that. So the problem is, used to be able to cross the bridge with no problem, and now they did a toll, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, and they keep today they raised the prices again. So a lot of these orders from Uber are to go over there, but they raised the prices on the toll, so I don't want to go. Arkansas, oh nice, I've been to Arkansas. I think the cotton fields makes you feel like they're look like snow in the summer. It's like if you have snow in the summer. Arkansas is cool. Awesome. My aunt, a lot of her in-laws are in Arkansas, so she used to go down there all the time. The Razorbacks. We went, we lived in St. Louis for a while, and we would just go ride around. And so we went to, somehow we ended up like on the Missouri-Arkansas line, and we rode like a ferry back to Missouri. I don't know where that was, but we rode some kind of little ferry. That was really cool. So we were just at the edge. So fun. Do you do the gig apps? And if you do, what's your favorite one? Yes. You don't do them. I see. Yes, about the cotton fields. That's right. Okay. You don't do them. Yeah, I'm a little frustrated with them right now. Here's a $3 order for Jeff, but I guess I'm going to take it because I have no orders. The worst, I just keep getting the worst orders ever, but I need to at least make $100 today. But I did just get a tip, so we'll check that out real fast. Because I think it was more than expected, maybe. Nope, it was right. Okay. All right, we're going to Popeyes for a whole $3. Yikes. All right, let y'all see the road. I never accept orders like this. But, hey, if it helps me improve my ratings, I have no other orders and it improves my ratings. What can I say? Oh, we turned around and there's some sunshine. I've been waiting for the sun. Popeyes is low. But like I said, with Uber, usually the orders are ready. So with Popeyes, you never know though. All right. Here we go, here we go. It's like summer came in with a bang. Like it was cold and rainy in June. And then like June 21st, the actual first day of summer, it came in with a bang with like 105 heat index. You can hardly go outside. And then it starts raining. Tree and it'd be cool. And you have a picnic under the shade tree. And you play outside and drink from the water hose and all that good stuff. And now it's like everything keeps you indoors. And I'm not, I mean, I like my indoors to a certain degree, but I like being outside too. And the mosquitoes seem like they've gotten worse over the years. I definitely need to, we have one of the, what do you call it? One of those, like candles that you light. There's a certain word that keeps the mosquitoes away. It starts with a C. So at least we can sit on the front porch and light that. So that's nice. I love sitting on my front porch. My hammock rope broke, so I need to fix my hammock. My dogs used to lay in my hammock with me, but they're all gone now. So it's almost kind of like, I don't push a whole hammock thing because it's kind of sad. Because they're not with us anymore. And they always liked, well, when one dog, he was, you know, when he stood up, he was as tall as me. He was 100 pounds or something. So he couldn't really sit in the hammock even though he'd go up there and try. He would, but it wasn't the best idea. And so he'd lay under me, and the two little dogs would lay with me. So it's kind of like, do I really want to get the hammock out and be kind of sad? Oh, Shipt just sent an offer. Let's see what they got. Wow, $7 for 25 items at Target. That is wild to me. Watch, it's going to Louisville too. Nope, it's going to Clarksville. So I'm definitely not going to do that. 25 items for $7. There's our new Wawa. Our first Wawa in the area. But thank goodness Wawa came because they're having like price wars. So it's gas is $2.75 here. Where I live, it's like $3.29. So they make it really nice. Hey, mom of two CF Warriors, how are you? Hope you're having a great Tuesday. My Tuesday's not going so well. But hanging in there. Taking a $3 order is such a bad day. Anything exciting going on with you this Tuesday? Is it raining where you're at? Maybe you're where I'm at. I get kind of confused sometimes. Like, where? I appreciate you jumping in and saying hi. But yeah, it's nice that the Wawa came, so they'll have the price wars. But it's bad because this intersection, they keep having really bad wrecks. It makes me nervous just to go through this intersection. People want to run red lights. I don't know why they have so many bad wrecks right here. All right. I used to go to Storming Crab back in the day. I like the whole boil idea. Those are good. Boils. But we haven't been there for a while. The last time we went, it wasn't that good. I'm doing good. I hope your day gets better. Me too. It's crazy. It's like I started off with no electricity. It rained so hard. Electricity went out, so I didn't get my coffee. Then I finally get coffee, and I spill it on me and all over my car. And then I messed up on DoorDash. I didn't know if you do earn by time and you unassign, that counts as a decline. And it was at Papa John's, and they sent me another one, and the lady didn't have any of the pizzas ready, so I declined that one, so it kicked me off, and so I can't get back on DoorDash. But you know, if life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, right? So I figure, well, I'll just try to make 100 today and then go home and try again another day. That's all you could do, right? Make lemonade out of lemons. Just try not to do, not to use too many miles, though. One thing after another, huh? Happens to me all the time. Exactly. It's like, what the heck? But keeping positive helps, but sometimes it's really hard to stay positive when it doesn't. It's like, when it rains, it pours, literally and figuratively. So at least you understand. It's almost like whenever, the lights went out and something else happened, I'm like, should I even walk out the door today? Is it a good idea? Do you ever have those days where you're like, should I even walk out the door? I debated it because it was such a bad morning. But here I am. I'm like, it'll get better as the day goes, but I'm not sure. So I thought going live would be good. Cheer everything up. Yep, you understand. Oh, somebody's laying something up. I thought I had all my windows up, but I didn't. It's nice when somebody understands, like, how it, like, I should leave. When things happen, it happens. But a lot of times you have a bad morning and then your afternoon turns out great, you know. That was my train of thought, was, it was a bad morning, so today will be a good day. But it only got worse. Oh, well. Okay, so it's just a regular combo. I have my drink carrier for the drink, and it's just, so all my bags are good. I always like to, like, look what I'm picking up and reorganize my bags. I have small bag and small medium bag, and then a pizza bag and a big bag. So I like to organize everything as I look at the order, because I don't bring my hot bag unless it's cold and raining, or, you know, unless it's a weather thing. I normally don't carry my bag in, but as soon as I get in the car, I put all my food in the bag and then I carry it to the customers. Which I can carry it into, sometimes I'll take it into the restaurant, but mostly only dependent on weather, because that's when I use the facilities, or that's, you know, whatever. So I don't have my bags with me. Oh, it sounds kind of weird, but sometimes those restaurants aren't very clean, so I'd rather just have my bags in my car. All right, so I'm gonna pick this up. This Popeyes is kind of strange. I don't know if y'all have, like, certain restaurants that are stranger than others, but this one, you never know what you're gonna get. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get, right? Okay, hopefully I will be right back. In the meantime, you get to look at Rapid Fire Pizza. I've never had their pizza. I used to pick up there a lot, and it looks really good. It smells good too. Okay, be right back. Oh. right. That wasn't bad. They were actually organized. They had plenty of workers. So that seems like to be the biggest problem is how many workers they have, is how fast you get your stuff. Okay. Let's see here. This is going to be meet at door, and we need a pen. All right. It's such a bad order. Maybe they'll give us give me a cash tip. Wouldn't that be surprising? I appreciate all the thumbs up. That's awesome. Thank you, guys and girls. Guys and girls. All right. So we're only 10 minutes away. I doubt I'll get a cash tip, but I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed that this will turn out to be a decent order. I tell you what, I have taken bad orders just because of, like days like today, and then it turns out to be really good. Taking bad orders and they turn out to be worse than bad. I've gone, I had this one house I used to deliver to way back in the day, and the first time I went to their house, I'm just thinking it's a regular house, blah blah blah, and they actually answered, they like cracked. I had to tell them they were at the door, but they wouldn't open it. I had to tell them it was their pizza. They cracked the door to get the pizza, and they had a weapon in their hand and everything. So the more often I delivered to them, more often and more often, so I started paying attention. Why would they do something like that? Well, ends up it was not a good house. They sold stuff, you know what I mean? So it looked like it. Weird people would come in and out. Hey, Kissy Cat, how are you? Thank you for stopping in. It is, yes, it's not a good day, but we're here, surviving. I hope your day's going well, and we have some sunshine. We get cloudy, and then get sunny, so back and forth. But it's been a disappointing day, but I've been chatting with you guys, so that's always a great plus. I'm just making bad decisions and everything else. I don't know. I got my errand done before the heat. Oh, nice. They changed my husband's work hours because the guys have been overheating, and one actually ended up in the hospital due to the heat, and I don't remember what the actual diagnosis was, but so they changed them from 6 to 2:30 so they get home before the heat of the day. Holidays are tough. No one spends. Well, I was doing good. So what happened was I was doing earn by time at DoorDash. That was my goal for today, and I didn't know that you can only decline one order an hour, and I had unassigned an order, and then I declined, and it kicked me off. So, and then Uber was doing good, but I had closed it out so I can do the earn by, ruin my day, ruin my goal for the day, ruin my money making part for the day. So it was my bad. But hey, I learned a lesson, and I know for next time. Yep, they're building the Vegas stadium at night. Oh, really? You gotta avoid the heat, and drink lots of water. So I think he's kind of disappointed, because he works in the shop, so he's a mechanic. And he's like, I kind of don't want to go in that early after all, I like working later. So I think he's kind of sad about it. But it's all right. It makes me get up early and gets me going. I hope you find a party to deliver to. Yes, me too. I know, I was talking earlier, like, I'm just wondering what the 4th of July weekend will be like. Like, would it be better to, the regatta's this weekend in Madison, and I'm like, would would it be better for me to work at the regatta? Because you have all these people coming in from out of town. But it'll be crazy busy there because of the regatta. Will they be eating more at the boat races? Or will there be people at the hotels and stuff? Or would it be better to come down here where, you know, everybody is just regular? So I don't know what I've been thinking about it, like, I don't know. His schedule's your schedule. Amen to that. Yes. You know, he has to say bye to me. And it's just one of those things, always, been always our thing. We have to say bye to each other. So then I'm up. You know, so used to he say bye to me at 6:30 in the morning. And now he's saying bye at 5:30. So I'm up and about. But, last night I was editing my video and I had debated on, oh, maybe I'll finish it in the morning so I could spend more time chatting with him. And I'm so glad I didn't wait since I lost my electricity this morning. I would have been so sad. It was storming. And so he left at 5:30. I had my first cup of coffee. And then, you know, started getting stuff ready for the day. And then the electricity went out. I didn't have my second cup, so I had a bad McDonald's coffee because I tried Starbucks, but it was too busy. And I would have been so upset if I couldn't have finished my video this morning. But, hey. It's definitely going to be a change for the both of us. And we don't know how long it's going to last. Like, is it only going to last for the couple of months, or is it going to be something that happens here on out? So I think the one unsettling part is the unknown, and they don't know the answer either because they're thinking about changing their schedule altogether. So is that going to clear up? That meaning my electricity. My electricity came on like an hour after I left my house. I was going to open the windows because it's going to, you know, be in the upper 80s, mid 80s to upper 80s. My husband said, don't open the windows because the air will be back on, you know. But, so, everything in the refrigerator will be safe. It was only out for like an hour and a half, I guess. 6:45, it came on at 8-ish. The weather. Oh, the weather's never going to clear up. Like, they'll say, oh, it's going to be clear this week, and then every day it's rained. So I don't know what's going on. And you know what the really funny part about all of this is? Where we live, it like will not quit raining. From this one road to this other road, and we're in the middle of that, it will not quit raining. It's like you could go on last Tuesday when we took the grandkids to the demolition derby. Me and the grandkids went swimming at my mom's, and then when my husband got home, we went to the demolition derby in a different county, and everything was fine. Whatever, it was super hot. Like, we all had fans on us. We get home, it had poured. Found out it only rained right where we lived, and it's been like that. It won't quit doing that. I don't know why that area, other than they want solar farms there. So are they doing that on purpose to make us want to sell our place? I don't know. Freeze water bottles for free and helps during blackouts. That's a good idea. Freeze, that is good. The nice thing is, living in a camper, I had lights because it's a battery backup for a camper. So at least I had lights. I couldn't use my coffee pot. I couldn't turn on the TV. The refrigerator doesn't run. But, and I have hot water. You know, it has, what do you call it? Propane. So that's a good part about living in a camper. At least it has the battery backup automatic. I did go ahead and turn off, we have an outside light that we always leave on. I turn that off and everything to save our battery. But yeah, that is a good idea. Like, for general, use your freeze water. That is good. You're so smart. Kissy cat. Keep your meat cold. Yes. Good point. We have, we used to have a deep freeze, but our deep freeze, we use my mother-in-law's deep freeze, and she sleeps until like 10 in the morning, and according to the map, she was out of electricity, but, so I don't think it affected, hopefully it didn't affect the deep freeze, but, when we moved to the camper, we didn't have the deep freeze anymore. Let's see. I think this is the right address. Sorry. Alright. We gotta have it in 1418. Yes. Okay, I think I'm at the right house. The addresses always fade off on these mailboxes. So it's so hard. I wish they put it like on their house too, so you can confirm. Alright, she didn't know the pen, and then we started talking about upcoming grandbabies. So, I live off coast. Oh yeah, so that's why you know what to do for blackouts. That makes sense. I've never been, thank God. Tornadoes, which important for ambulance to find home. Yes, exactly. So when we first got married, we lived out where we live now, and everything, true story, everything was rural Route 1. Everything. The whole area. So the mail person just knew our names. You didn't have, nobody had an address. So you just went by your last name, and everybody's address was that. I'm just getting it. Orders for Louisville, so it's frustrating. So then they decided, okay, because of ambulance and fire, we gotta have an address. This is a horrible order, but we're taking it. Okay. So it was $12 for 18 miles, but at this point, I don't care. So then they finally assigned us an address, and then we all had, I still have it at my house too, we all had to have that green, like, reflector address on our mailboxes. I don't know why they made us do that, but so everybody has this green reflector address on their like on the pole of our mailboxes. So that helps, but it's helpful just to think about back in the day, our address was rural Route 1, everybody's was, and there was no special identity. Like, so my neighbors had the same address. If it wasn't for the postman knowing who we were, and you're new to the area, well, they would know if you're new to the area, they'd remember that. But it was crazy how that worked, and how mailman knew all of that. It was crazy. Whoa. All right. Go into the bank, are they? We don't have lots of tornadoes. Oh, you don't. Tornadoes are scary. They charge $15 for painting it on the curb. I pay it. Oh, that's a good idea. So the curb has it. I see. I'm trying to remember. It was 35 years ago because we got married 36 years ago. It was before we moved out. So 35 years ago, whenever they changed our address. It must have been 34 because it was Rural Route 1 to the very end. So I can't remember if they provided it or if we paid for it. I don't remember. It was so long ago. And then we have one on our mailbox, but it was already there. Not everybody still has them. People changed out their mailbox and didn't keep the little number on it. So it's like real long and green, and it reflects the light. Light reflects. Plus, I don't know if our address is on our mailbox. Actually, I know that green thing is on there, but I don't think our actual mailbox says anything. But we kept getting everybody's packages, and other people were getting our packages. So we do have on the house that's in the front of the property. We did finally put a number on it, so it doesn't help though. Problem is, like in my front yard, there's 3 mailboxes spread out because I have a very wide road frontage, so all their mailboxes are on my part of the property, on my property, and they're across the street because we all have to have them on the same side. And so whoever delivers stuff that's not the mailman gets confused because the one mailbox goes straight to the house that's on our property. So it makes sense why they deliver it to us instead of the right house because the way the mailboxes are laid out. My husband wants to see if the neighbors would agree to put all the mailboxes together so maybe people would understand that it's 3, none of those, only that one mailbox belongs to us. But I don't know if we'll ever get to that point. They're selling the house across the street from us for $297,000. I don't know if anybody's ever going to buy that for $297,000. It used to be $5, not anymore. Nothing's cheap anymore. It's wild. Now, when we went, what really surprised me though, when we went to, it's called the Scott County 4-H Fair, and we went to the demolition derby afterwards. We were hungry, but we don't want nothing major. And most of the vendors were closed at that point. So we went to this one. My husband and I both got a barbecue combo. So it's a barbecue sandwich, a bag of chips, and a 20-ounce soda. And my granddaughter got the hot dog combo. So a hot dog, potato chips, and a soda. And it cost $15. It was with tax, everything. It was $15.25. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it. It was such a great buy. It was like $3.99 or $4.99 for the sandwich. For $1 more, you got chips and the soda. Her hot dog was only like $3.99, and for $1 more, she got the chips and the chips and the drink, a 20-ounce soda. I'm like, daggone. Which I'm not a big soda person, so that soda sat in my refrigerator for days. But my husband finally drank it. I'd rather have tea or water or coffee. I love lemonade if it's a good lemonade. Tea and lemonade are hard. Good lemonade and tea, it's hard to come by sometimes. We have community boxes. I hate them. What are community boxes? Is that like you go into like a subdivision and all the mailboxes are right there and you have to use a key to get them out, get your mail out? I see that a lot, especially in these new subdivisions. There's one I delivered to, and they'll put in their instructions. Our mailboxes are not at our house. Look for our number on our garage or something like that. And you walk, I mean, in the mailbox thing is not even close to most people's houses. It's right at the beginning. And then all the houses. If that's what you mean. I would hate that too. Yep. I wouldn't like that either. I mean, when I was a housewife for many years, and we had our house built and blah blah blah, and that was a highlight of my day, is walking. I mean, it wasn't very far, but walking out to the mailbox, getting the mail, because I just had all these kids, and that was the one thing that got me out. And then, not that I had anything exciting in the mail, but back then we did write each other letters and we sent postcards. So most of the time I had something interesting in the mail, and just walking to the mailbox was always fun. I don't necessarily like to walk to my mailbox now because it's really far, but sometimes I don't. Sometimes I like it, especially if the grandkids are over. Let's walk to the mailbox. They think that's fun. I don't know why. But I won't let them out in the street to check it. It drives them crazy because they're older, 10 and 8. And they're like, I can go out in the street. No, you can't. They're crazy drivers. It makes you walk. Exactly. It makes you walk. The ones by my door, maybe not so much. All right. You have a new offer on Shipt. Let's see what it is. The last offer was ridiculous. $6 for 8 items in New Albany. Ugh. No, we won't do that. Okay, this is a bad order, but $12 is $12. My goal is at least $100 today. I'm not expecting a lot today because it is Tuesday, and I got myself kicked off of DoorDash today, which makes me sad. Okay, let's see what we got, so I know I have enough bags. A Butterburger cheese, fries, and chicken tenders. Okay, and then I'm going really far. So I'm going to switch out bags. I don't have a drink, so I don't have to worry about that. And I'm going to get out the small medium bag. All right. Okay, I'll be right back. Hopefully. All right, my daughter made it to the beach. She had such a hard time getting down there. Oh, that is great news. They had such a problem. Okay, how did I get kicked off? I was doing earn by time, and I unassigned an order because it wasn't ready, and it wasn't even close to getting ready, to be honest. And it was at Papa John's. And they turned around and gave me another Papa John's order, and I declined it. And I didn't know if you unassigned an order that it counts against your two. So, it kicked me off my schedule. And, hindsight says I should have just waited for the order. But I didn't know that's how that worked. So now I know for next time, and so it just makes today a little rough. And then it's not been busy because Tuesdays usually it's not busy, and I normally don't work Tuesdays very often. So, but all I could do is, that's a lesson learned. If you unassign, that counts as your decline for the hour. And I did not know that. Hey Joel, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Thanks for jumping in here. I know, I'm so mad at myself, like, but I was trying something new. I had to go to do the earn by time. It was doing well. I was getting good tips and everything. So I'm gonna definitely try it again. But now, all I can do is, what do you call it? Did you see that car? It just cut in line. That was awful. People are so rude. That made me lose my train of thought. But anyway, it's just, live and learn and don't make that mistake again. So, oh well. So that's how I'm stuck with not having any good orders. And Uber was doing good too this morning. It was raining pretty good this morning, and I don't know if that was what was going on, but they both were doing great. And then I turned Uber off, focus on the earn by time, and then which hurt me because I guess that's why I'm not getting as good of orders now. But if I make $100, that'll work, and I'll worry about it this weekend. I declined being a substitute one time, and that district never called me again. Yes, it's like so weird how that little thing changes so much, and it's like, but there was an issue or there was a problem, So I'm heartbroken. I bet you were heartbroken about that. Yes. And you don't mean to. There was an issue or whatever. So frustrating. So do you substitute other places? Or was that back in the day? You was hungover? No, a kissy cat. That's hilarious. Well, they like to call you at the last minute too, Hey, teacher's out. I remember the first time I substituted for first grade, they called, there was an actual family emergency for this teacher. She had to leave right away. Could I come and cover her for the last half of the day? Sure. And I always did 5th grade or higher, my degrees for secondary. And first grade, I tell you what, I had them a half a day. I came home and I slept the rest of the day. First grade was rough. It really was. I didn't know that they weren't allowed to use the pencil sharpener, and because it was an electric pencil sharpener. And one of the little kiddos said, "Can I sharpen my pencil?" I'm like, "Yeah, go ahead." They all lined up to use the pencil sharpener. I'm like, I asked the teacher's aide, I'm like, because she had left the room when this all happened, and she came back, I'm like, "Why'd they all line up to use the pencil sharpener?" She said, "Because they're not allowed." I said, "Oh." And at this point, it's too late. I let one. I gotta let them all, And so then later on, it was one of their birthdays, and so they had brought in cookies. So it's time, it's close to the end of the day. It's time to sing happy birthday, pass out the cookies, blah blah blah. Well, one of the little boys mashed his cookies and was eating the crumbs, and the little girl next to him is like, "Ooh, he did that. We're not allowed to do that." Which it didn't matter, but she was freaking out. And then all the kids are freaking out because this kid wanted to eat the crumbs versus the whole cookie, because he was smashing it. He didn't make a mess. He did it on his napkin. He was very polite with it, wasn't causing an issue. And I'm like, just get over it with a nice first grade teacher manner. It's okay, just don't look at him, that kind of thing. And I slept the entire evening. I'm like, oh my goodness, I can't do first grade. I did do first grade more, but is that a little? Oh, it's a baby deer, guys. Do you see that? It still has its spots. Oh man, and it's lost on the expressway, and I don't know how to help it. Oh no. Okay, somebody help that deer. It's a baby deer. It was new too. I don't think you all can see it. I can't help it. I hope somebody helps it. Oh, my heart's broken. I was about 22 a long time ago. Yep, about third or fourth is okay. Yep. Hey, Element, how's it going? Thanks for jumping in. I appreciate you. I worked a whole month during Christmas for first grade. Oh, well, I did. I was going to school to be a teacher. My kids went to school there. And, they recommend that you do substitution to, build your experience, blah, 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 looking on a resume. Well, they were doing something. I forget what the whole HR thing was. And the fifth grade teacher, she was losing her job for some reason. And she was almost retirement. I think they were making her take early retirement or something. So she was trying to use all of her vacation days. So she taught fifth grade. So I mostly I did so much fifth grade. Like, it felt like my classroom. It was a second, because she found out in the middle of the school year, so then she didn't hardly work at all after that. And so whenever I did do another grade, it was like, third grade was rough for me because my daughter was in that class. And so I didn't have, my third grade experience was a little different just because my daughter was in the class. My third daughter was in third grade. And then I think I only subbed that class once. But my oldest daughter was in middle, because it was a private school. And she was in the middle school portion. I think she might have been 7th grade. I don't think she was 8th grade. And she really tortured me when I was a substitute teacher. Really tortured me. She'd make, but now my second daughter so my first one must have been in 7th, because my second daughter was in 6th grade. And she was fine. I didn't have any problems there. She was probably more embarrassed than anything. And, but yeah, my oldest daughter, when I substituted for her classes, she definitely made it rough on me. She'd have all of her friends making fun of me. It was a rough one. Oh my gosh. The third grade one, she was fine. It wasn't her. It was just awkward. It just felt awkward because a lot of the kids had spent the night with us, and I don't know. There was just something awkward about it for some reason. It wasn't her. She was fine. The teacher was on maternity leave. Oh, I gotcha. So that's why you spent so much time there. I thought about, I let my teaching license expire. Someone said never let your teaching license expire. I did. And now I kind of regret that. I thought about going back and doing substitution. Have that as maybe my job in the winter or something. But they don't hardly get paid anything. It's like $75 a day if you have so many credits. Well, I have my teaching degree. I just don't have my license because I let it expire. I think I would get $120 a day. So by the time they do taxes and everything, it'd be $100. I don't know. It might be something I'll look into at some point. If they made it more, I would do it. At least a day or two a week. And they always need substitutes here. it'd be fun to have one dress-up day of the week, kind of dress up. But substitution is a rough one, that's for sure. It used to be easy. It's hard now. It is. When I taught, they had found a lump in my breast, and during the Christmas holiday, I had it removed. And luckily, it wasn't cancer, and it all worked out. But it did come with some issues when you're a teacher, because where it was, it's kind of about near my underarm. So when you write on the chalkboard, I couldn't raise my arm, and so it was painful for a little while. And in the meantime, my grandma passed. And so when school came back after the holidays, I had to take a couple of days off because my grandma passed. And I had a substitute teacher in there in my place. And I did half of my classes were remedial and half of my classes were geometry. And there was some kids in the remedial class that with special needs, and he let them torture this one kid really bad. And they were trying to staple him to things, and the substitute didn't. I had to report the substitute. It was so traumatic for this kid. And I did speak to some other math teachers. They had issues with this substitute as well, so that was, at least I had backing on it. But I couldn't trust a substitute. I refused to do it. After that, I refused to have a substitute. I'd figure it out. I had to be at my grandma's funeral. So, but any other reason, there's no way I would leave those kids with the substitute. It was awful. So not only is it hard for the teachers to leave with the substitute, it's hard for the substitutes to deal with whatever. And I had my class, my remedial class, one remedial class was really hard to deal with. But I had it under control. But a stranger walking in, I'm sure they tortured him. But you gotta not let them try to staple a kid. They stapled it, tried to put a staple in his head. I think they accomplished that. It was awful. And nobody said anything. How crazy. They make a workshop, a few tests too. Oh, really? I know I can retake my test and get my license back, but I don't think I want to teach in the public school system. I had a hard time. Only taught. I actually like a paid teacher 1 year, and I really had a hard time with it. Now I taught, mathematics, and I felt like there was so many more hands-on kind of things. But they want you, like in geometry classes, you got to make sure that they know this by this date and this date and this date. And kids need to know, they need to know the information before you move to the next chapter. And I didn't agree with just push them through kind of thing. So that's why I have a hard time with it. With my remedial classes, I could teach them anything I wanted. The goal was for them to pass the pass the qualifying exam. And they did. I had the highest percentage rates, and I got awards and stuff. But I just don't like it. I do not like having that time frame. I can make it by, give me big time frames, because I don't want to move forward until I know it. All kids are all capable kids understand. I don't want them just to be able to pass a test. I want them to understand it. So I kind of have a trouble with the public school system, because they just want to, all right, this is what we got to learn today. This is what we got to learn this week. If the kid knows it, the kid knows it. If it don't. And I don't like that. I want them to have the best foundation I can possibly give them for the next step of their life, whatever it is. In my case, it's mathematics. So if they don't understand geometry well, because that's what I was teaching, will they be able to understand trigonometry next year? So I don't want them to just be passed for no apparent reason. That it makes sense to me. How about a bus driver? I will not do a bus driver. Absolutely not. So my friend that passed away, her daughter is a bus driver. My friend was a bus driver aide at times. She had recently became an aide before everything happened. And so we were talking about it at the funeral, the daughter, and she's like, there's so much trouble here with bus drivers and everything. And they make good money, and it's only a couple hours in the morning, a couple hours in the afternoon, unless you pick up extra routes. But she said they just they built all these new houses, they've done all this stuff, they don't have enough drivers. She said they're just putting so much stress on these drivers, you can't hardly do your job. And I am a nervous, I don't want to say I'm a nervous, I do fine driving my car or whatever, but with everybody's kids, I would be a nervous wreck. Because I'd feel like, that's one thing that stressed me out as a teacher, is like, if a tornado came through, how do I protect 35 kids? Because I had 35 kids in one of my classes. And that would keep me up at night. Like, okay, if something was to happen, how do I protect all 35 kids? And I think it would just stress me out trying to figure out, okay, if something happens, how do I protect all the kids on the bus? And because, that mama bear comes out, and I know that it would work itself out. I get it, but I just want to protect everybody. And if I saw, one thing that worries me too, if I had to drop a kid off at a home I didn't think they should be at, I couldn't do it. I wouldn't be able to drop them off. I'd be fired in a week if I was a bus driver. Or a tutor center, they pay good. I did, for part of my education, I worked at a tutoring center, which was for college kids. And I was a tutor at home as a part-time job too. And it does pay good. And that's an idea. I don't know if I would want it. I thought about, because they have online ones, and I thought about it online. And that's an option. And then you're not, in a building, or you're not, and you can teach all kind of things. That has crossed my mind. I don't know if, like that, the one that was hiring around here at one point, when I thought about it, they just charge people so much. I guess they all do. They don't pay you very much, but they charge the students so much, the one I was looking at the time. And I'm like, I don't know about all this, but I know things have changed. And we're going to daycare now, so that's funny. All right. So, but yeah, that's across my mind. My friend was a barrel racer and a bus driver. Oh, a barrel racer. I don't know what that is. The Kumon centers are for math. Kumon. Huh. I haven't heard of that. Here it's Mathnasium. There's one over by, over by Smoothie King and Core Life, but it's called Mathnasium. I know, I thought about, do I want to be a nanny? So I smoke, so that's one reason why, I have to quit smoking to do some of the things I would be interested in doing. But I think being a nanny would be fun. Sometimes it's not about the money. I mean, I have to make a certain amount of money. I get it. But I have no, I have to pay my bills, blah, blah, blah. But I don't necessarily want to be controlled by, how much money something pays or something, but I have to make this much money. So it's kind of like one of those weird situations where, all right, as long as I can bring home this much money and I like it, I'm happy. There's this job I recently applied for, actually. I'm not going to, unfortunately not going to be able to get it because I didn't know it was, you had to be in a certain area. I thought it was worldwide, and it's not. But anyway, and it didn't pay great. Like, I could make a lot more doing that kind of stuff somewhere else, but it had exactly what I wanted, like, like the time frame and the activities, but it still paid good, just not as much as I used to make or anything. But so I want to be able to make what I need to and be happy and be free. I'm asking for too much. It doesn't happen that way. Oh, I've delivered here. They don't tip well. I delivered here the other day. Now I know where I'm going. How about driver's ed school? I have one near me. Oh, that's a good idea. I couldn't teach. My first one, I let her drive, and she was a great driver. But she doesn't like to drive anymore. She don't drive anymore, really. I mean, she did when she was home last summer, but she hates to drive. But I told my husband, I said, I'll never, ever again will I do that. So I made my husband, I don't know. When she drove, my little heart would just jump out. It was just like, no. But that was your kid versus a student. And there's a difference, I think I could do it with strangers, but your kids, it's like, I drive all the time and I follow people, not a problem. But I cannot follow my kids in the car. It gives me great anxiety. I'm a little better about it now, but just because I try to talk myself out of it, but I cannot watch my kids drive for nothing. It makes me a nervous wreck. And riding with them, I do better riding with them than I do following them. Ain't that weird? I guess I feel like if I'm riding with them, I can protect them. I can jump on them, whatever. But if I'm following them, I can't do anything. I'm so weird about having to protect everybody and everything. Alright, let me see. I think this is where I'm going. Yes. Alright, and do I have to have it? I have to have a pen. Hi, are you Sophie? All right. So that was a different girl. So looks like she might have chipped a little bit better. We have those two. All kids are dumb. We never had that stuff. I know. So my daughter went on vacation and separately and everything because each one of them brought their families. And she was leaving kind of later in the day than I would personally. And I'm like, oh, why are you leaving so late? Well, this kid and that kid, they all have tutoring. It's summer. What? What do you mean these kids have tutoring in the summer? Leave these poor babies alone. I don't understand why. But I don't know if there's what's the word? A need? Not a need. Anticipation that they're got to be better, but they teach things so different these days in school. Even when I was a math teacher, when you got to like binomials, they taught that differently than the way I was taught. And my student, because this is my remedial classes, and they had to learn. They would come to me and say, I got to do this homework, and I don't understand it, because I would, they were welcome to my classroom during my when I didn't have class, or they let me know I'd come in early or stay late and tutor them. And they're like, I don't get it. So I would teach them the old-fashioned way, because the new way only worked out like 60% of the time. It was fast, I get that, but it wasn't teaching them the regular way of doing it. So 60% of the time it worked fast. The other 40% they got stuck because they didn't know the fundamentals of why it worked and what it meant. It was just solve it fast, but you got to understand why to make it for those 40% that didn't work. And then I think that's what's happening to kids now. It's like there for a while they weren't teaching phonics, they were teaching memorization. And they still do that. I think they throw that memorization in here or there. And it drives me crazy because you got to teach fundamental why or how. Because otherwise when it doesn't, your memorization or your little tricks don't work, you got to teach them how to figure it out on their own. It's like, you might have the word THE, the, but then you have THERE. They don't look at the whole thing, so they automatically say the, but they didn't see that there's another RE, so it's there, because they just memorized THE. And now what do? Because they don't know what to do with that extra R and E, because they didn't do phonics. Drives me crazy. Alright. I've been on a soapbox today. You were a writer. Oh, nice. I have bad English. My daughter gets on me like, Mom, you sound like a hillbilly. Talk right. And when I worked in the office, your emails had to be written so you had to speak just so a certain way. And I've been there, I've done that, and I don't care if I don't have great English. I just want to be me. And I try to keep that in mind when she's around. Like, all right, but then then one day I said, look, she got on to me because I forget what I said. And I said, look, this is who I am now. I don't have to play that game no more, and I'm not gonna. And she's like, okay. And that was the end of that. We never discussed my poor English again. She's an English teacher. So she pays attention to all that stuff. And I'm like, teach that to the kids. Teach that to your students. Because she has adults and children alike. But I know. And I'll hear myself sometimes. I'm like, oh, that was such bad English. Or I'll type, like commenting on, replying or commenting. I'm like, oh, that was such bad English, and I know it, but this is who I am. I guess it makes you look like a hillbilly or whatever, but if I wanted to be, when I want to be proper, I can be. I just don't prefer it. Is that not all? Since you're a writer, I'm sure that it's not good for me to say, right? I was a writer, can't write now. I don't want to. Technical writer for emergency company. Oh, our engineering company. I remember we were talking about that one day. Yes, I did procedural writing, business proposals. Oh, they're not proposal. Well, I mean they're proposals, but shoot, what were they called? Kind of like a business plan. Can't think of the word I'm looking for. So I know once you do it for a while, it's like I'm over it. I'm over it. That might be why I'm over it, because I had it, which all mine was very, I mean, I know yours was technical, so I think mine was, I would say mathematical, like things like for each sample you take the random number and da-da-da-da-da, all that mathematics stuff and state stuff for inspections. Gotcha. Mine was a lot about percentages and statistics and analysis, not the business the business. Oh, I wish I could remember the name of that. That was more like, this is our game plan. Here's like the nuts and bolts of it, and then a synopsis of our time, like synopsis of it, and then our time frame kind of thing. What was that called? Because it's kind of like a proposal. You're taking it to upper management and saying, this is what we think this needs to happen. This is how we do it. Sag on the love. I have it on my resume too, and I can't remember what it's called. Oh, because a lot of people look for that to be able to write those business, whatever they're called. And I remember my first one, I was a nervous wreck, and it was going all to the high. It was going up to the highest management of the facility, and it was my very first one. And I was like a business strategy plan or something. And no, that's not it either. I can't remember. So I was so nervous. I had never seen one, never wrote one, and it was about a software program that we needed to do improvements on. Oh, I was so nervous. Then after that, I spit them out. Once you got a good I would say outline, a rough draft, once you do one and you have the way you like to write it, then it's easier. With the procedures, most of my procedures were pretty much the same. I could cut and paste or whatever, but then I had a few that I would have to change out. Oh man, there's a big huge semi and he's going really, really fast. Let me over. Okay, he's gonna let me over. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank you. Thank you. He was very nice about it. It made it a lot easier once I had one good one. But some of my procedures were things like collect the mail, open the envelope, look at this, and then where other ones were very mathematical. The statistics or the percentage of this and percentage of that. It was such a wide variety. So once I got each one of them one good rough draft, then I could just cut and paste. It made life really easy. The cost estimates were harder though, because each project was so different, and having to estimate how much staff you needed and how much resources, not only people resources, but other resources, and then if there was travel included, and try to predict travel cost. Those were those were my favorite. That's what I would get to work from home one day a week, and that's what I would do as my cost estimates, and that was my very favorite. I had this guy one time, he was a lot younger than me, but he was like he was a little higher, like next higher than me. And there was a problem with the cost estimate that another department did, and they wanted me to go back over it and update it, so I did, and they had him do it too, and then we had to collaborate together. Well, my number was exactly like his, but he came out differently. He was so upset because we ended up with the same number, because he thought he was so much better than me, and then when he saw my number and it was exactly like his, oh my goodness, he was not well, how did you do that? Da-da-da-da. And I just come up differently, but our numbers were exactly the same. He was not happy that I could be as smart as him. How dare I? It's hard to be a woman in some of the out there in the workforce. It don't, they supposed to do this and that and all that, but you still have to work very hard as a woman to get your stuff done, Procurement. I did procurement too. I did multi-million-dollar project for the Census 2010. If you saw any of the Census 2010 stuff, I purchased that, or my staff did, and that's why I went to Texas a lot. Because we had we bought a lot of stuff in Texas. We had to buy a lot of stuff for Texas. There was a lot of hard to reach areas there. That was one of our main focuses. Oh, I'm going to take this one in another horrible order, but whatever. But yes, I did do a lot of stuff there. And then I traveled around the country to edit all the procurement transactions out of the regions. So that's why I traveled. Well, first time I traveled earlier in the year before was to train everybody on the procurement process. Then I went out the next year, maybe a year and a half later or whatever, it was during the summer, and I had to audit everybody's procurement transactions. And that was where there was a lot of problems, and they hated me when I came out, because I was very thorough. My staff was very thorough, and they didn't always like the results. So, but it is what it is, you know. You should do the right things. Always says the first one as key. Yes, exactly. Me too. Young guys, they always feel threatened. Yes. His wife was even higher than him, and he was trying so hard to get where she was, and so he would step on anybody's toes so he could get to where she was. And I was his enemy for sure, but the reason why I was his enemy was when he got hired in. I traveled throughout the whole facility. I was a management trainee. You travel to the facility, where do you fit? And I was a higher paid person, and blah blah blah. But anyway, so at the time I was in the HR rotation when he was getting hired in, and they assigned me to look up he was trying to be a statistician, and to look up his qualifications. He didn't qualify for a statistician, and I had to report that. Well, he had a friend that was higher, that was second to the highest, and they took away his resume, and I had to call the college to make sure his classes were statistical. They weren't, blah blah blah. Anyway, they hid all of that. They hired him as a statistician even though he didn't qualify, and I knew it. So I was especially his enemy because I knew he didn't qualify for the position he got. And I had to report he wasn't qualified. So he really didn't like me. So anything I did was going to be extra painful for him, because he didn't want to face me, because he knew I knew. We didn't discuss it. It wasn't, I was in HR. I had to keep my mouth shut. I told the people I was supposed to tell, and did my job. But he knew I knew. I think at one point, at the end, I think I said, well, at least I was qualified for the job. That was not nice of me, but I did at one point. Yeah, I don't know, Kissy Cat. It was really bad for my psyche, but it paid fantastic. I had great benefits. But it was dog-eat-dog world. I mean, they steal your work. It was pretty bad, but here I am. I'm happy. I couldn't sleep. I'd puke on my way to work. I got to travel everywhere. I got to see so many things. I never thought I would travel. I never had rode a plane until I worked there. It paid for my kids to go to private school. It paid for my kids to, do so many things. And, I got to see what it felt like to be middle class for a minute. There was a lot of benefits. But that's why I'm like, I don't want a job about money, because I did that and I wasn't happy. I want a job that makes me happy. I would love to have extra money. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to be out of debt. I'd love to be able to, maybe take an extra nice vacation, or, go out to eat a couple extra times or something. I don't really like to go out to eat, but you get my point. But I don't think it's worth your happiness. I just think that's more important. My husband really don't like his job right now. I guess some days he does and some days he don't, which is normal. And I try to tell him, do what makes you happy, because it's just money at the end of the day. I'm going to go this way. You can always, there's ways to make money. You might be struggling. You might have to hustle like I'm hustling or something, but, I think at the end of the day, whatever makes you sleep better, whatever makes your psyche better is what's best, really. I see that a lot. Glad your kids are older. Yes, if my kids weren't older, I would have made different decisions for sure. I would have never took the promotion I got to go to St. Louis, and I would have kept the house and all that stuff. But I took the promotion in St. Louis because my kids were graduated. My one daughter wasn't, but she was getting ready to graduate and go to college. She didn't end up going to college or anything. And I do regret that part, because I think that gave her a bad foot. So here she is out in the world doing I don't know what. And I'm sitting here debating if I should put a missing report on her and missing person report on her or whatever. So I do regret that, and I do feel like the 3 of them are good to go, and the one that I wasn't there her senior year really hurt her. But yes, my kids were younger. I put up with that job to make sure they had what they needed, They had the opportunities that I could get them or whatever. My friend has always ran a rental warehouse. She lives about it. She laughs about it. She loves it. She lives. I know there's so many different. I think there's so many different money opportunities, and I never really thought about all of that until I'm like, all right, I'm done with this office thing for now. That's cool. Rental warehouse. Passive income. Like, at one point, I know some relatives or whatever, they had like a laundromat. They said that was good passive income. You just, you got to go in and clean and collect the quarters or whatever, make sure all your equipment's good. But, you don't have to be there. It kind of runs itself. But you do have some overhead, She lives above the warehouse. Gotcha. So that's that's really good, because then, she, it's her place, plus she makes money. So that's awesome. I know I have an account where, like, I have this one credit card that I'm not going to get rid of, because when I use it, my rewards goes into the stock market for my 401k stuff, and I really like to invest more. And I did my research on like what kind of companies I wanted to invest in and stuff, and you got to have some kind of passive income. But I think at this point where I'm used to having a certain lifestyle, and now I don't. When I do get money, I'm like, oh, let's go out to eat, let's go buy this new whatever, and I gotta stay out of that mindset and start buckling down and trying to come up with other, passive income things and be more, I just had the word in my head. I was looking at where I'm supposed to turn and forgot. Be more aggressive with my future. I think that's important. Can't believe I'm taking all these bad orders. That's just not like me. Always parking 5. Somebody parked in 5. Doggone them. Oh my God. She scared me.
Okay. What was the name of the order? So sorry.
I didn't see you.
Okay.
I was checking in and Teresa.
Teresa, I'll be right out.
Sorry about that. Oh my goodness. She was right there. Scared me to death. I'm still shaking. She was right at my window and I'm checking in, doing my thing, talking. And she was right at my window. CDs are back up. I got one to save for a new roof. Oh, that's good. Yes, it's a good idea too. I know, at one point, I know, somebody the bank was giving them like really good options. If you did this for 6 months, we'd give you a higher, rate, or I don't know what the rate is here right now. I just know somebody had sold their house and it was a big amount. And so the bank, was like, well, if you go in and put that in a CD, we'll move you up a couple points for you. It was like, okay, sure. It was funny how that works, right? So my heart's still pounding. She scared me to death. Food's here. All right. Alrighty. Orders received. Yep. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Oh, she shut my door for me. She's so sweet. Olive Garden bags are so big. Oh, come on. Fit in this bag. Please fit in this bag. Barely. Okay. I think this is $12 for 15 miles or something crazy. Oh, well. I don't know how close I am to, so I made 35 on DoorDash, so I need 65 on Uber. I'm not even close. It's an extra 700 a year. Hey, anything. Like I said, passive income. That's what works. I think that you have your regular income and then you have a little passive income here and there. And I'm not good at that. And that's what I really need to get better at, to be honest. I do want to do eBay. Nope, I'm not global. So I just haven't got it started yet. Trying to decide what's my best route because traffic is bad. It's showing red everywhere. So I'm gonna go a different way. Yeah. Leave the door. Okay. So I do think I need to figure that out. Get better at doing some kind of passive income. I want to do eBay, do the gig apps. I might do student teaching or something, or not student teaching, substitute teaching or something. That's gonna be probably not unless they raise their salary, their income, whatever, the rate. There you go, the rate, and then I don't know, just keep an eye. So I was an extra in a movie. They have a lot going on right now. But before, they paid you a decent salary, and now it's like they want to pay you $50 or $100 for 8 hours or whatever, and it's like, it has to be worth it, because I'm not like trying to be a superstar or nothing, where some of these people will do it just because they want to be on the camera, on the camera. I don't care about that. I just want to do something fun and make money, still haven't seen the movie. I need to watch it. I'm waiting for it to come on a streaming service so I can stop it where I'm at the parts I'm at and see if I can see me, you know. But I guess I should support the film since I did make good money on that. I think I ended up making $1,000 in like 5 days or something. Oh yeah, this is somewhere ETA, not taking the busy expressway, so that's good. It's locked up for a year. That's the bad thing. Yeah, but that's true. But it's kind of nice too because then it's not. You have to think really hard to cash in that CD because you know you would be penalized for it. So it kind of saves you from spending it. In my opinion, you know, it's like, I know like, some family members will, you know, they switch their CDs around because one might be 6 months, one might be a year, one's 18 months, and they switch them around and do all these things, but it helps them like, when people ask them for money or something, nope, it's in a CD, sorry, I can't cash it, I'll be penalized, or, you know. So in a way, it's kind of good. I have a bad day at the casino. I can cash my CD. No, it'll be penalized. No, I'm just teasing. I watched Speed Kills. Good movie with John Travolta. Oh yeah, I haven't seen that. Is that a new one? It's about the cigarette boat founder who was murdered in Florida. Oh, huh. So I'll have to check it out. Is it on a streaming service? Or you have to rent it? Or the movie I was in is Queen of the Ring, the Mildred Burke story. It's about 3 years. Okay. Alright, so it should be on a streaming service then. I know, I thought about keep original, I don't know. I thought about doing some more extras since they have, it's just such, they don't ever have their stuff together. They have other agencies now that are doing the extras, but the one that I went through, I had signed up over the winter, and they're so unorganized. They may or may not get back with you. You know, it's like I can't just sit around, you know, and then because I'm gonna go work, and then you call me at the last minute, and I have to have a special outfit because I don't live close by. You know, I mean, I don't live far away, but it would not be to my advantage to go all the way back home for such small pay. So that's how I feel about that. The Playboy it's on Free for free. Okay, I'll check it out. Let me take a screenshot of this so I'll remember. Because I don't know how to get back to my comments. Okay. Alright, it's on. Okay, maybe it'll go away now. The Playboy Murder series is good. 6 new episodes. Oh, really? I think that's the one I started watching. There was something like that I started watching and I didn't finish. I like that kind of stuff. It's like interesting to me. I was saying earlier last night I fell asleep too. Like the top 10 like Hollywood actors that really had bad attitudes or something. They ended up being like, they looked nice on the screen, but they were really not nice at all. Faye Dunaway, Mickey Rooney, Kirk Douglas. It was interesting. I like that kind of stuff. It keeps me interested. I don't know why, but... Hey, how are you? Thanks for joining in. Are you near an airport? I am, sorta. You would be great travel valet. So, there's a job opening that I've thought about doing. It's a crazy thought, though. There's a job opening in Madison, and it's like doing tours for the historic homes and in the area, but you have to work weekends and holidays. It depends what holidays. Like, I wouldn't want to work for Christmas or something, right? But I wouldn't mind working like 4th of July or whatever. But they have a couple of different, I guess they're starting this new hospitality thing in Madison. And they have like 3 different positions. One's full-time, then there's 2 part-times. And they all do something a little different. But, yes, I think it would be, I've thought about it. I just don't know, I think it would be cool to like doing something like that. But thank you for the nice words. The airport here is in Louisville, and I really don't like to go to Louisville. Now they're saying DoorDash is busy. Now they want my business whenever I've done all this traveling today. And I'm almost up with my miles. But my one aunt, she's from China, and she used to be a translator at the airport in Seattle. I don't know, she might still be. I don't think she is anymore. But she used to be. I was one of her main jobs. I know she worked at one of the Coach stores because she'd send people Coach purses. Not me. But some of the other people in the family, she'd send Coach purses. I'd just rather go visit her. I'd go visit. I don't need no Coach purse. The one Coach purse I gave away. I just don't. Not that girl. I'm not a girly girl. You accompany people in wheelchairs to the gate. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I thought you meant like the bus drivers at the airport. I think that would be fun too. Like where you take them from the terminal to the rental car place and back. And I always thought that would be fun. I don't know why I thought that would be fun. I'm kind of weird. You get to see so many different people. I wouldn't be able to pick up their luggage. I wouldn't want to do that. But just to see all the different people and hear their stories, where they're going. Some people are so stressed out. You can make their day a little better. I don't know. Kind of weird, but I always thought that would be kind of interesting. Now we have a little airport, and I don't think they have a shuttle where. I don't think they have a shuttle because to get a rental car you just go downstairs. They might have a shuttle from the long-term parking lot. They might have a shuttle from there to the airport. Other than that, I don't remember. It's a small airport. DoorDash is probably overcrowded with students on break. That's what everybody's talking about. They're overcrowded. Here, though, on those hot days, I didn't see any DoorDashers. Yesterday, I was doing really good on Uber, so I didn't really do a lot of DoorDash. But when I went to Joe Ellis, there was so many DoorDashers. But I hadn't run into any until then. But I have ran into a few Uber people this week, the last few days, whatever. I guess last week. And usually I don't run into maybe one Uber person. So I've noticed that every once in a while you'll have a whole bunch of Uber people, but they don't stay around long. Because a lot of them come from Kentucky over, and they think, okay, it's better on the Indiana side because there's a lot less miles on the Indiana side than the Kentucky side. They'll come over for a little while, then they go back to Kentucky. Because I think you can make better money over there. You're just going to use a lot of miles. You have a lot of rural here. I've used a lot of miles today. I'm probably doing 50 cents per mile today, which is really bad. So it got me all choked up. So my point is, they'll be over. You'll get a whole bunch of like Uber drivers, and then they go away. Once they're here for a few days, they're like, Kentucky's better. They go back. That's the worst part is we have a lot of people from Kentucky coming over here. It's so annoying. They're like, stay on your side. But I can't really say that because I would go to Kentucky sometimes. So fair is fair. But with Uber, it does take you like across the bridge all the time. People from Indiana ordering the things in Kentucky that we don't have, and then the way that our restaurants are here, we're right by the river. If you're downtown Louisville, it's better for you to order from Indiana because you're going to get it a lot faster, where the other restaurants are, the ones in Kentucky are further away. So miles wise, you're going to get your food a lot faster on the Indiana side if you're downtown Louisville than ordering it on the Kentucky side. So I mean, I understand that why that happens, but it's frustrating when you see all these Kentucky people over here delivering. It's like, go back to Kentucky. Leave us alone. We're trying to make our money. My uncle was a basketball referee for middle schools. Oh, that's fun. We had a soccer family that their kids played soccer. My kids, their whole family were soccer referees at a young age on, you know, that's what they did on the weekends, or I don't know, during the week too, but it must pay pretty good. They all did it. I couldn't do I just couldn't do that, run up and down the field like that. A sideline one for soccer wouldn't be bad. You're just going half field back, front and back, but oh, I think sometimes that air gets to me. I'm trying to get it to me. I know this Olive Garden smells amazing. My kids went to private school right around the corner here. I went primary, you know, what do you call it? Yeah, primary. And we would do, for their fundraiser, we did a turkey trot. So around November, you walk the neighborhood and, you know, you get so much money per mile you walk, whoever pledges, whatever. And this is the neighborhood we'd walk. It brought all that memory back. It's been a while. Most of the time it was great, but every once in a while you'd get bad weather and it's like, oh, do we have to do this today? But they always look forward to that. They love to doing it. And I'd rather do a fundraiser like that than buy, you know, stupid stuff. Sometimes that stuff is so expensive and not worthy. Oh, we're already here. Nice. That wasn't so bad after all. Alright, I'll be right back. Awesome. Let's see if I can get this food out of this bag. That'll be the trick. Alright. So they said DoorDash is busy. Let's see if we can find anything here. I think they only took $2 for that order. I thought I was supposed to get... Oh, I thought it paid $12 and we paid $10. That's crazy. Alright. I'm waiting for a $7 tip, and that's it. Just checking all the stuff, seeing what I have left. They tipped $3. That's crazy. All right, so 7, that's 52. So I still need to make about 15 bucks. I'm gonna check to see what's going on DoorDash since we had got a notification that it was busy. It's very busy. Oh, they're paying $13 an hour. Hey. So we're gonna dash now and head towards the busy, only until 3, but hey, if I can make my $15 in 45 minutes, that would be great. I doubt it, but maybe. Alright, I lost track where I was. My friend's dad taught defensive driving at Golden Corral. At Golden Corral? Huh. Like, I guess. The restaurant. Alright, Miss Amy says, hope things are going well. I had to run into town. I live in the boonies. Me too, Miss Amy. Wish I had gig service delivered to me. You know, DoorDash does not deliver where I live, but recently Uber started delivering where I live, and they even go past me. It's like, what? And Spark delivers out there too. My daughter does Spark, and she's like, I have orders all the way out there. So we're starting to get a few little things, but I don't know that DoorDash will ever reach me. I'm not keeping my getting my hopes up for that. So I get that. But thank you for coming back and chatting with me. Go get your notary license, become a traveling notary, and drive to them. No office. Ooh, that's a good idea. Ooh, I would think that would be kind of an easy thing to do. I have to check that out. That would be a good little side hustle. Yeah, you take the class in restaurants around here. Oh, defensive driving, you take it and think, oh, I gotcha. Huh, I didn't know that. Or didn't think about that. I meant to turn up there. Oh, well, I'll turn here. So, Amy, do you live kind of close to, I know you don't live real close, but are you above Indy or below Indy? I'm below Indy. Well, I guess you probably know where I'm at. So, my daughter went to school at IU in Bloomington. And then, so I know that area a little bit, Little Nashville. And then we like to go to Friendship. We don't do it very often, but we like to go to Friendship to see whenever they have the big flea market and the teepees and all that stuff. I think they do that. I don't know when the next time it is, though. Nice Walmart has started delivering food. And you pay $13 a month. I plan to do that this winter. Oh, really? Okay. So it's a monthly fee to get the Walmart deliveries. I didn't know that. I live west of Lafayette. Oh, okay. So you're up by Purdue. I just talked to somebody that lives up that way. When I delivered at a hotel the other day, they were just talking about that. That's funny. We would go to soccer tournaments at Purdue, and then my youngest daughter checked out their engineering program up there, so we stayed the night at, but she ended up not doing it. So sad. I wish she would have. Her life would have turned out so differently. All right. My brother-in-law went to school up there at Purdue, but only reason why I really been up there for the most part was soccer. So, cool. Okay, now I get it. Always kept trying to figure it out. I'll probably have to ask you a million times. Eventually I'll remember. But Lafayette. So you should have a lot of different restaurants and stuff if you can. So I would definitely check out Uber if you wanted food delivered or something delivered. I had a package the other day on Uber and it ended up being a person. I'm like, okay, I have to be careful of this taking packages. I never know if it's people or not people. Alright, have both apps on. Nothing. We had women engineers. Oh, you did? She wanted to be a she wanted to be a nuclear engineer. Something weird. I don't know. I wish she would have done that. She thought she was real smart. She got one of those international baccalaureate degree diplomas, and she was advanced classes, above advanced classes. She had to go to special things. All the kids grew up together throughout the schools because they were the special group of kids, the first ones to graduate with the international baccalaureate diploma in this area, blah, blah, blah. She had a plaque at the school for perfect scores on all of her math tests and everything. So she thought it was going to be like, she was a shoo-in, she didn't have to work at it. And then Purdue said, nope, you didn't do X, Y, and Z. So she just gave up. And I tried to help her. She wouldn't let me help her because, she kind of got entitled, I guess, because she thought, hey, I did all this. I don't have to do my homework. I don't have to do this. And then, so I think that hurt her. And now she's missing and doing whatever. And I just think her life would have turned out so different if I could have got her into Purdue. I tried everything. Even though I was living in St. Louis and she was living here, I still tried to take care of everything because we had internet at that point and I could handle stuff. But she wouldn't let me. She had to learn her hard way. I love that you added the prayer request back to your channel. It helps build a great community. I think so too, and I think it's a good conversation. Like, sometimes people need prayers, but they're afraid to ask or something. So, I don't know. Yeah, she was smart until she became about 20. What to do. I don't know do I file it? She told me she didn't want to talk to me. I don't know if I should file a missing people's report, person report, whatever. I don't know if I should hunt her down. I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do. I mean, she was in a domestic violence situation, so I thought about posting her picture everywhere, but if she's still in that relationship, it could be dangerous. So I just feel like I'm really stuck on what to do. I don't know if she's safe, not safe, but I don't want to put her in more danger, so I don't know how to handle it. So we can't help kids once they are adults. The more you try, the worse it gets. I know, I don't know. I feel like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Alright, here's a $10 order for Walgreens. Let's see if I can get it. Yep, I honestly don't have a clue what to do. Alright, I'm at DoorDash is 1 to 4 minutes. I didn't get anything. I'm getting Uber orders, so I'm going to just end the DoorDash thing. Yeah, if I get into her business, then it'll cause a fight. If I don't get in her business and she needs me, then I'll feel guilty. So, I don't know. If I knew she was safe, I could deal with it. If she would just check in with me every once in a while and say, I'm good. She don't have to have a conversation with me. Just tell me she's good. my oldest son cut me out of his life when he married his wife. It's been a hard 10 years. Yes. I just had to let it go and let God take care of us. See, that is hard. I know, it's kind of like, so I'm so sorry, Amy, and I get it, and my heart goes out to you because this is the hardest thing I've ever dealt with in my life, I think. So, with this particular daughter, she's always been like socially behind. So she just turned 29, and she's been like, she wasn't social until she was about 16, 17 years old. She stayed in her room. She was smart. She'd rather read a book, that kind of kid. And then all of a sudden she realized there's people in the world. I remember going to parent-teacher conferences, and they tell me, because there was some issues in the classroom, these were the special gifted, whatever, kids, and some of them were, one kid was biting other kids, and I said something about my daughter, like, she hasn't said anything, she don't notice, she ain't got a clue that there's another kid in the room. She's so worried about erasing and redoing it and make sure everything's perfect, she ain't got time for nobody else. So that's how she was. And then she got social about 16 or 17, and she realized people were around, and so then she's just really focused on being social, because she wasn't social for the first 16 years of her life. And so my point is, my other girls, I don't know if any of y'all are mothers of girls, but girl teenagers and moms just don't get along. So my kids, like from 16 to about 22, 23, they don't like me. And then all of a sudden they like me, then they become moms, and then we're good. We're good to go. No problems. And, I mean, we might have a hiccup here or there. Oh, you didn't buy the kid the right gift or whatever. But, for the most part, we're good. So part of me is thinking, let it go. Let God take care of it, like you said. And she's just behind the curveball of hating her mom like the other kids did between 16 and 23. That's kind of what I'm wondering. If I could just know she was saved, I think I'm good with her not, she don't like me, but I'd like to know she's saved. Now, when my daughter first went to Russia and I didn't know how to get a hold of her, it tore me apart. We finally figured it out, whatever, but, so I try to think of that too, like, what if she was traveling, and I couldn't get a hold of her, it's okay. So that's my story about that. Sorry, got on a soapbox again. I've been on a soapbox today. Hello, Victor. So what's the little crown thing? I don't know what that is. I'm so new at all this stuff. Victor, I appreciate you coming in and chilling out with us. Hope you're doing well today. There you go. Enjoy your sons while you can. That's right. And daughters. Yes, I agree. Pray. I do. I pray to God 50 times a day for her. So if you watch my video and I talk about changing my prayer, did I pray right or whatever, it's about her. And I was praying, please let me know she's okay. Then I said, okay. I don't care if I know she's okay. Please let her be okay. And then I felt better because I was praying for her specifically and not for my assurance, but for her to be safe. So they want to cancel the order, and they're asking me how, and I have no idea because this is Uber. Oh, then it didn't spell it right. So I probably won't get a tip off of this. I don't know what to do about it. Oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the order, I guess, because I don't know what to do. So I know I'm like, if I do a missing person report, it might be a bad thing and might make her danger too. I don't know. I never saw The Crown before. I don't know what it is, so I have no idea. That's funny. Well, at least I'm not the only one that don't know. I'm learning all this new stuff. The daughters stick around, the sons answer to their wives. Oh, there you go. Now, my husband, his mom is wearing us out, and he does take care of her more than the daughter. Well, I won't say that. They both do 50-50. But we live by her, so it's just different. God holds her in his hands, my friend. He will protect her. Aw, thank you so much. I needed that, Miss Amy. I really did. I know at this point, I think everybody's her. You know, I'd search everything. It's like, oh, that kind of looks like her. Let me see. And then it's not her. And I get disappointed. Well, she's probably not even around here, but I can't help it. It's like, So talking about the son thing, yesterday I found out a classmate lost her 30-year-old son. He was a police officer, and the police made the announcement. I don't know how he passed, but it was unexpected, of course, and it's terrible. All right, guys, let's go shopping. And girls, always say that. Paul's family won with me. My parents both passed. Aw. I'm sorry. Well, neither one of us have a father. So we just have our mothers. And I think that makes us both, like, more attentive to our mothers, because neither one of us have a father. So oh, I'm gonna need a cart for this. I didn't know they were getting dog food. Sorry guys, I don't know where I'm going. I know, I think losing a parent is rough, definitely. And I'm sorry. Nope. All right. They want salmon, but they don't have the salmon. So I guess what I'll do is use as a replacement and see what happens. If they want to cancel the order anyway, that'd be a good way for them to cancel it, I guess. Oh, thank you. Take care of your kidneys, yes. My oldest daughter had to have kidney surgery when she was very young, and it worries me, like, she's pregnant, and that always worries me, like, how will it affect her kidneys? Did your parents have kidney issues? Wonder what that would be. Would that be a cold item, do you think? Oh, yep. Okay, he's canceling the order. I don't have to worry about it. So, that's good. Put this back. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing while I'm waiting for it. Sorry. Okay, order canceled. Sweet. Alright, so we'll see. Alright, well, if I would have checked that out, I would have, so the order has been canceled, but I can't figure out, oh, there we are. Alright. Alright, so I need $14 more, and then I'll probably call it a day, to be honest. Because it's been a rough one, unless something weird happened. Came all the way out here and got nothing. And I was over by the busy stores and everything. Let's see if they gave us, let's see. I hit the wrong button, people. I hit the wrong button. Dag on the luck. The husband just got off work. I'm gonna look to see if they pay something. Oh, if not, I'll be sad. Ooh, a beach umbrellas. Mustang, how are you? Hope you're doing well. I'd love to know what those crown things are. Let's see if they paid something. I was trying to figure it out, and then I turned off my stuff. Nope, nothing. Zero. After driving out here and everything. That's a bad thing about Uber for sure. Alright, DoorDash is nothing. So, kind of sucks. Alright, let me text the husband. Let him know that I am live. And that way, he'll know why I didn't answer his phone. Alright, his phone call. I agree, Amy. That is so wrong. Completely. You drive out here for that, and then you don't even get it. You don't get anything. And I was in a busy area. I could have got, some orders and everything. And then now, I get nothing. DoorDash pays you half, so that's good, but Uber doesn't. There's good things about both of them. Like, I like Uber better because my orders are ready. They pay better. Not always, but usually Uber, I get better orders. Like yesterday morning, I started off with a $42 order right off the bat. Didn't take no time. And so there's some good benefits in there. You don't have to touch the app very often. I think it's a safety issue how often DoorDash wants you to touch the app. Take a picture of this, take a picture of that, do this, do that. So Uber doesn't do all of that. And they have you take a picture of yourself very often. And I really like that. It keeps, bad people off the app. Because I don't think it's right that strangers, you expecting a Christina to show up at your house with your order and a John shows up. I don't think that's right. Now, my husband drives with me, but I still do the deliveries and everything. Especially at night. If I happen to go at night or something, I prefer somebody to be with me. But I still do the deliveries, and I'm still responsible. So I like that Uber has you take your picture. Yesterday, like right in the middle, I was in the middle, just dropped it off. I'm still in the customer's driveway, and I had to take a picture, which I felt weird about because I don't want to be in their driveway longer than I have to be. But I appreciate that. And DoorDash, at least they pay you half with things like that. But you have to touch the app so often. Their app crashes a lot. And the orders a lot of times are not ready because they send them to you as soon as somebody orders. So, what do? I don't know. Just go with the flow. I still love it. It makes me happy because I feel like I have freedoms or something, but today just was a bad day from the minute I woke up. That's all. It just got a bad. Shouldn't have woke up this morning, I guess. I don't know. It was a rough day. It's so weird how that happens, right? It's like, I have no idea why when I woke up this morning, everything went the wrong way. I have no idea. But, oh well. There's nothing I could do about it. I get so thirsty when I do this. It's crazy. Stay happy. That's everything. Exactly. I agree. I mean, even no matter what happens, like with the kid or with the apps or whatever, you still got to find that inner peace and still move forward. It's kind of like what I was talking, I don't know if you were on here this morning when I was talking about, thinking about all the rain and everything. And even if it was man-made, all this rain is man-made, at least I know that God has the ultimate power over everything. So, I don't know. I just get kind of in those modes. And then once you realize, okay, no matter what it is, what politics, what scientific, whatever, I know that God is the ultimate power, and then it's like, it'll be fine. Even if it's not fine, and on the surface, on the big picture, it's okay. And then you can move forward. That's how I feel about it. If there was a famine or something, I think God would teach us how to eat or how to survive, because he gave us this nature for a reason. So don't worry about, prepare yourself. He tells us to. It's in the Bible. But outside of that, whatever it is, he gave this to us so we will survive. And we do have action items with that. That's how I feel about it. It makes me feel better. Gives me somewhere to think about too. I always gotta read. I can't see. Exactly. And that, I really would like to do like another channel and talk about like unity, but I don't have enough, like, I don't know how to do it yet. But you have all these people against each other politically, and you see all these things going on, and on social media, on the news, whatever. But at the end of the day, we're all human beings. We all have the same goals. It doesn't matter if President A or B is elected. It's bigger than the United States of America. And we need to get on board and help each other, do our prepping, help each other get through everyday life. And in most situations, like your everyday conversations, that doesn't even come up. It's just these weird little pockets of things, and it's causing all this drama when we should all be united, love each other, and help each other. And it's driving me crazy because it's like, but we're the same. We just, I just hate that people fight over silly stuff like that. True, I agree, but it does tell us in the Bible to prep. You should be prepared. You shouldn't have debt, things like that. So I think that there's a fine line, though. Like, don't stress about today about may not happen tomorrow. But I think there's a fine line. Like, I need to learn how to, like, for example, I need to learn how to garden. I need to make sure I'm out of debt. I need to do, if something was to happen, even if it's a natural disaster, maybe not like the world's ending or anything, I need to have another electric source, another water source, those kind of things. So I think there's a fine line. Like, I don't want to I think people shouldn't stress about things that we have no control over, or things that may never happen, but yet have knowledge and resources. Does that make sense? I hope I'm making sense. I think there's a little bit of a fine line there, and I don't know it yet. You are building a wonderful, happy base, slowly. You are smart, creative, and happy. People are drawn to you. Aw, Amy, that is so sweet. Thank you so much. Tornado garden, help each other. Exactly. That's what, definitely, help each other. No matter what. I mean, it's like when I saw that baby deer earlier, even though it's not a human, I just want to help it. Just want to take care of it, We just gotta love each other, help each other. You keep going. Thank you, Miss Amy. I love grandmother. Be safe. Aw, thank you. Trying to be safe out here. If I could just get a $15 more of orders, then I'm going home. Keep our fingers crossed. $15 more. And then I'll have made 100 in all these hours, but that's okay. It makes it. I need to make 800 this week for the next couple of weeks, so that would give me a nice little. Then I would only need $500 for the rest of the week, so that gives me some relief, right? So that's what I'm working for. Hold on, I'll read your comment in just a second. Got a lot of traffic. $8 for Zaxby's. Ooh. I'm not going to take that one because it is, I'd have to go back on the expressway far away. It sounds easy, but it's not as easy as it sounds. Unfortunately. All right. I'm trying to find a little shade tree. That's all smart. I just put a solar panel on my house. Oh, nice. And have power stations now too. Oh, look at you, be prepared. I'm going to Amy's. Something happens. We never know what will happen. Be prepared is smart. Just don't worry. Yes. There you go. You made the better words than I did. You're so smart. I didn't use the right words. Be prepared, not worried. Yes. Exactly. Where are you from, Granny? I am from Indiana in the United States. What about you? Aw, thank you, Amy. I'll be welcome then. So, I agree about the electric. My husband is a mechanic, so we have a generator, and he thinks he can figure out how to make this generator run without fuel. So, he thinks about that, so that would be cool if he could figure that out. And then we have a well, but the well is, has a problem. So we have two problems with the well. One is like the foot's messed up, and the other one, the well was in there before the septic tank. So we're a little worried about contamination a little bit, but I think there's so many ways to not contaminate. So those two things, electric, water, and, I don't really have a creek near me, but I think water is not a huge thing in that area. But it would be nice to have the well, even if we don't drink it, just to have the water for other, just to have the water. And I don't know, I would have to have it tested and everything. But I would love to get that foot, whatever that foot thing is, fixed on my well. That would be really nice. And then the food. I have food ready, but I like to know, like, what plants can I eat, what plants I can't eat. You have all these sources that God's given us, and I want to understand that better, Nanny, grandmother, who is driving? You drive today, filled my heart. What pride and joy. You are a symbol of strength, independence, timeless grace. May every journey you take be safe and peaceful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Can you explain to me what the crown and number 2 is? I don't know. I don't understand what the crown thing is. Do you know what that crown thing is? Like, see how it's purple with the crown and the number 2? What does that mean? I'm so curious. Trying to figure all this out. I I'm really mad at myself for allowing myself to get in debt. We were debt free for so many years, and then allowed myself to get in debt, and so that makes me really mad at myself. And I knew better, and I worked so hard to be debt free, just to get in debt again. So that's my biggest thing: is how do I get out of debt, and learning more about the resources I have where I live. But I think, I really do. This is going to sound really crazy. But before I started my YouTube channel, so I just felt like the Holy Spirit put on my heart to do this and say the devotion, and that one day I'll be feeding people. And it sounds really strange. So I hope that don't make you all not like me, but that's what's on my heart. Is like, gotta have a YouTube channel and do the do the devotions. And I wish I did that more regularly, but I'm hoping in the fall I'll have a better routine. Right now things are just a little out of ordinary for me, doing summer stuff. And then I don't know what this "you're gonna feed people" looks like, and that sounds strange, but that's what I think my calling is, or that's what's been laid on my heart. So I guess that's why I'm worried so much about like gardening and learning about what foods you can eat, because in this vision, or in this whatever you call it, that is what's been placed on me to do. So I don't know what that looks like, but I know that's going to be my job. You know what I mean? This sounds so weird. I'm strange. You're from Pakistan, but you're living in France. Oh, nice. France and Pakistan. Cool. I've not been to either one of those places. But that's awesome. Amy, God called you and you have been chosen. I believe that happens. No, you're not weird. Thanks. I mean, it's what I feel like I'm called to do. So, and I don't know why he chose me, but I'm trying to do good. I'm still working on my outreach thing with the tracks, and my mom's trying to help me get stuff together to pass those out. Only problem is, just recently somebody laid a whole bunch of tracks out at the grocery store, and people were really mad on Facebook, and they you are kind and loving and good. Aw, thank you. I will tell you, your frustration level anxiety is now so much lower than your beginning videos. Yes, for sure, definitely. I definitely feel more comfortable. I still really uncomfortable outside of my car, so I'm trying to figure that out. So my plan is, like, once I hit 10 members, to do a live from my house, because the 10 members are like extra supportive. So I figured, okay, so if I did that with those 10 people, then that would be a way, like, do a members only live, and that'd be a nice small way to start building my confidence and give money worth, to the members. But thank you for the hearts. I appreciate that. And then slowly build my confidence with that, because I like to do some other things, talk about other stuff. I started doing my topsy-turvies. They're not true topsy-turvies, and I wanted to film it, but not quite. Plus the grandsons were helping, and they get so excited if I bring a camera out. So that was one way I thought would be helpful to people and to me, Amazon, hi, how are you? Thanks for joining. I appreciate you. I love all the hearts. So cute. But there's so many things I like to do, like all the things I like to do, but what am I comfortable with? This is what I'm comfortable with. And I think that's what's, okay. So once you get comfortable, then you try something else. So hopefully I'll get less anxious about that stuff. I'm less anxious. I've been watching some people's lives, and they just are at home talking like this, and they go well. it's giving me some confidence too, I think. Grandma, I hope you're doing well in the USA. I was just wondering how your days are going and how you're spending your time there. It's always nice. I am, yes. Like I said, I've never been to France, so I don't know what it's like there. I've been to Hungary, so I don't know if it's similar or not, but I just do drive around and deliver food and groceries. And have you ever been to the USA? I don't know. Is it true that, like, in France, you have to, like, buy your bread every day? Fresh bread every day? Do you go to the bakery a lot? I always find that was the one thing I took away from the whole France thing when I was in school learning. I'm like, you have to go to the bakery every day? What? I know, like, when we were in a lot of places I've traveled, you do go to the grocery every couple of days. You don't go to the grocery for a week like you do here in the States. I always find that fascinating. But it feels better, really. And they're just such smaller portions of things. And it's interesting to go to the stores, like I've been to Hungary and Russia and England, so I didn't go to the store in England, but I went to stores in Russia and in Hungary. And the portions are smaller, and the foods are different, and they seem so much fresher. And they don't have a lot of the processed foods that we do here. So I've always found that real interesting. It made me really pay attention to what we have here versus what I saw in the stores over there, and how much processed foods we have here that are not good for us. And so hopefully we'll get better fresh stuff soon. Maraba, I'm not sure what that means. I am married. This month I'll be married 36 years. 36 years. Is that crazy? My daughter turns 36 this week, and then at the end of the month, me and my husband will be married 36 years. And then next month, I'll have a new grandbaby. King Rodolph, hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Amy. Yes, I can't believe it's been 36. It feels like we just got married and my kids were little just a couple of years ago. Where has the time been? Gone, whatever. It's not fair. It's just, and it's wild, like, people we know, we just don't know that many people that's been married very long. A lot of people don't make it. And believe me, I didn't think we were going to make it a few times. And, I just can't believe it. It's crazy. 36 years. Crazy. All right, we're going to be on the expressway. I can't look at comments necessarily on the expressway, so I'll just ramble with my exhaust leak being loud. All right, so let's see. So this is like $8 or $9. I'll be like $6 away from my goal. And we might have to go through a lot of traffic. I don't know what to expect. Not a great idea, but I'm pretty much over this day. Shoo, it's been a rough one. I think a day like this is whenever you get, I'm going to make me a pot of coffee and sit on my front porch and in my swing, it's a glider, and just like totally chill. Start fresh tomorrow. For sure. Shoo. And then I've learned a lesson. So that's good. And I'm scheduled all week. So I feel good about that. I just don't know about like what's my best option for Friday. To work at the regatta, to go up where the regatta is, or to stay here and work. But it'll work itself out. Alright, this guy wants over. Get over. I don't mind. At least he asked. He's like, I'm gonna get over, okay? I like that. Let you know what they're thinking. And that makes it nice. But yeah, I can't believe it. 36 years. We've done a lot in those 36 years. 36 more to go. We got married at 16 and 18. And so we kind of had to grow up together. Then we had our, we had our kids. So had to learn a lot at that young age. And at the time, you think you know everything. So we didn't take advice or whatever. Didn't listen. But, we had our first house. I had to wait till my 18th birthday to sign the paperwork. And we pretty much, other than when I lived in St. Louis, pretty much owned everywhere we lived. And I think that was a smart idea because, yes, you have to take care of your property taxes and all the maintenance, but you can sell that and make a profit and move next, because your property normally increases in value, like buying a car decreases in value. Not a great idea. I'd rather have a cheap car, but buy your property because your property is going to increase in value. And that, a lot of times selling property, you can, make the next step. That's how we got debt free. Silly people, my fault. But, trying to think about those investments. So it does bother me that a lot of people rent. Renting is so expensive, and people just rent and rent, and you're not getting any value out of that. And actually, a bank, mortgage payment is cheaper than rent. And then at the end of the day, yes, you have associated costs, but at the end of the day, it'll help you later. Helps you build that up. So I know I'm sitting on that one property. I'm like, I can sell that and get out of debt, or hold on to it. But we're holding on to it. See what value comes out. But the rent around here is so bad. I just want to tell people, get a mortgage. So much better. Very smart to own if you can. Renting is too unpredictable. Oh, I know. My niece, she came to live in our camper for just a minute, and so she got because she was going through a divorce, and she got one of those storage units, and we ended up putting some of our stuff in there so we could get her moved into the camper and all. And so everything's in there. And a couple months in, and I know it's just a storage unit versus a place to live, but they just keep raising it every month. They raise it. And what do? Your stuff's in there. And I see, people sign these 1-year leases. That 1 year's up, and they raise the rent. And you either got to move or you got to, deal with the rent. It's so, like you said, so unpredictable. And then I hear people talk on Facebook and stuff about how poor the maintenance is, and this issue, that issue, and you can't. What about your neighbors? There's nothing you can do about your neighbors. At least in your house, you can put up a privacy fence. I love living in the country. A cornfield as a neighbor, and an older gentleman next to me that is a pleasure to have as a neighbor. People across the street, but they don't bother me and I don't bother them. But if there's an emergency, we're there for each other, Alright, I'm going to be just a minute, and we're at Taco Bell for a little bitty order. Alright, be right back. Thank you guys for being here, hanging out with me. Oh yeah, this order is definitely not worth it. We gotta go through really bad traffic. Oh nope, they're gonna cut us. Oh thank goodness, we're gonna cut through. Okay, we get to miss most. We might hit a little bit, but for the most part, we'll be good. Okay, put this back, and then I'll be closer to my house. I'm gonna try to do a couple more. Hopefully we'll see how busy it is. I might end up ending everything and be a little shy. We'll see. Sometimes I'll get good orders up there, but not often. Oh, campers. All right. I haven't heard from my mom. They dropped off my step grandpa at the nursing home right up the road here this morning, and I haven't heard how it went. He didn't want to go, so my heart's broken for him. But I mean, it's the best thing. But I was just thinking about it since it's right here. Just like, he's staying in a really nice place though, so that's good. But it still breaks your heart. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I think Alzheimer's is one of those rough ones, you know. They have the right of way. You have the right of way. Okay. That was nice. She made sure. She's like me. I don't trust anybody on these cars anymore. But she had the right of way. But at least she was making sure all was good and everything. That's nice. I'm at the point, people are running red lights so bad here that even when it's green, I'm just triple checking. Defensive driving, as Kissy Cat said earlier, defensive driving. But she was talking about classes, but I think defensive driving is the only way to go. So sometimes this area is so bad it takes you forever just to get through this light. So there's nothing wrong with prepping some too, by the way. The prices are crazy. So I buy in bulk and put stuff in mason jars or freezer bags. Yes. I think it's one of those, so I have it like a tub of like medical supplies, just like Band-Aids, peroxide, blah, blah, blah. And then, but the food thing is kind of hard because I have this tub of food and I have to check it, first in, first out. Then I forget about it. And so I definitely think we have to prep some, but I have to also remember to go check to see what the expiration dates are. I need to do that this weekend, actually. I had a whole bunch of tuna and it was about to expire. Luckily I had booked, but yes, I think prepping is important, and like you said, prices. We have a rough week. I just go out to that tub and get some food. But I buy a lot of beans and rice because you could do so much with that. And it lasts for a long time if it's stored correctly. Never hurts. And and it could be for anything. That's the one thing I learned too. What was going on? Something was going on, and they were like, okay, maybe I don't even remember, but they were telling everyone, there could be electricity outages, blah blah blah. It was a while back, like in the winter or something, and I'm like, well, at least I know I have these things, and we have 2 campfires or whatever. They're asking me a question. So I can cook no matter what. At least I have that. So it could be a lot of different, weather events or anything like that. Nice to have a little bit of that left over. But the food we have in the deep freeze is like livers, and I ain't cooking no livers. I don't know what my husband thinks, but I ain't cooking no livers. Yes, beans and rice. You can fill people up. Rice will fill you up. And the beans are protein. So I don't see how you could go wrong with that. It became a joke because I kept buying beans. Like every time I'd go there for a while, I was really into this prepping thing 2 years ago and trying to gardening, and that didn't go well, blah, blah, blah. But I would always buy like a bag of beans or a bag of rice every time I went to the store. Because, you know, what, $1 or something. And so it became a family joke because every time I went to the grocery, all right, did you buy beans or did you buy rice? But I like that seven bean soup. Then I want to eat it. But I have the big pinto beans and stuff too, though. I have a small butane 1 burner and a kerosene heater too. Oh, there you go. We have maybe that's what it is, where you buy the little the little like butane. I don't know what kind we have. We have a couple of different ones. We have this one that you do like camping something, and it's a 2 burner, and you pour. It's in a silver can. I have no idea what it is. My husband buys everything. I just cook on it. And then we did have a grill where you bought like the little propane tanks and hooked on it, but I don't think we have that one no more. But we have the 2 burners. Oh, is it camping? I think it's called camping fuel. You pour in there. And but I like the campfire. I've got some dishes that you cook on the campfire. So I figured that's what I needed to plan for, is cooking on the fire. When we very first got married, well, I say first got married, we got married when we were 16 and 18, and then we bought then I signed for the house. They had to wait till I turned 18. So on my 18th birthday, we got to sign for a house. And then our house gets done. And that was complicated, but it was a couple months late, blah, blah, blah. So we get to move in. There were still a few little things wrong, but they were happy to pay us like so much a day was late, and it was a couple of months late. So we got a big check. It was forever, but they went and let us move in at one point, even though there were still a couple of things I had to do. And so we didn't have a stove or anything. So here it is, winter, and you have to walk out our back door, which walked into our garage, and make a left, and then you walk out the garage door there, you know, the regular door in the garage. And we'd have to cook everything on the grill. It didn't take us long to buy a stove, but we had to wait for some other things to get done. And so my poor husband here would be snowing and everything, and he'd have to cook out on the grill. That was a hot mess. But hey, it worked for a minute, and then we had one of those, until we can get everything together and fully move in, we had one of those real old refrigerators for a couple months where it has that little lock on the side. My grandpa always had one at the river. One of those, like, probably your 5th grader is taller than that refrigerator. You know, those real old ones. It was funny. Yep, probably butane. I'm a camping chick too. I love knowing I can survive. Right. That's the thing. I just want to know I can survive. So, you know, me growing up, I had, you know, we didn't eat much. We were very poor, and I just hope, I went to school. I loved school because I got to eat. So that was the reason why I got an education and got into it, because I knew I was going to eat if I went to school. So I just have this paranoia that I'm going to starve to death one day. So I want to make sure I have food and I know how to eat. I don't eat a lot. I don't eat much, but I want to make sure I can eat. Leave on front door and ring doorbell and leave food at door. Okay, she already said that, but okay. 3-car garage with red vehicles. Okay. So leave at door, ring doorbell. That's funny. But I'm glad that we have so much in common, Miss Amy. Between our kids and the camping and... Alright. I think I just saw a red vehicle. I shall return. I've been sitting in this air conditioning. I didn't know it got that hot outside. Shoo, that's crazy hot. See, God helped me find you. Yes, He did. I love it. You have been such a blessing for me in so many ways. I'm so lucky to have you. The Lord truly works in mysterious ways, doesn't He though? Isn't that crazy how that works out? I'm so blessed. You, Wayne, Kissy Cat, and Adrian, y'all are just keep me going. Really appreciate it. Alright, so I guess we're right by where there's a real busy area. I need to make just one more order. See if I can get it. And you for me. Oh, thank you so much. We were meant to, our paths were meant to cross for sure. You made a real community. Aw, thank you, Miss Amy. This has been, no matter if I ever make money on this, or no matter if I make monetary, whatever, it has been an awesome experience. I never thought I would, wasn't sure what to expect. I just know, God had kind of put it on my heart like a year before I did it, and I'm like, what? And then one day, it was like, you're gonna do this. And I'm like, no. And then all of a sudden, my heart would not stop beating until I did it. Like, I just went and got a camera and just did it. And it was like, it was the weirdest feeling ever. It was like, I'm just gonna do it. So I just did it. It was crazy. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then, it was been so rewarding. I've met so many people. So, such a nice community. I've been really, somebody said something about trolls are back out. I have been so blessed. I don't hardly ever get any trolls. I get such positive feedback. I really like to hear people's, I think people understand that I really am concerned, or really do care about you. Maybe that makes a difference, I don't know, but I have been so blessed. It's been the most rewarding experience, You have 33 thumbs up too. I know, I can't believe it. I think the most I've ever had was like 25 or something on a live. So that was pretty exciting. And my videos have been kind of going downhill, but the last, I don't know about today's, I haven't looked at today's, but the other video I did, the last video before today's, has gone better. And so it's so interesting. But I still have so much to learn. Like, I don't know how to do certain things. One day I'll learn, but I love to learn. I love to do this. So, Amy, I do want to ask you, you talked about Vista print and stuff. So I want to make these shirts that say, like, give me gas in my forward, keep me trucking for the Lord. That's what kind of merch I want to make. And I know we talked about this before, but I'm not sure, like, if you did designs and those kind of things, do you have any advice, like, what for me to look for, like red flags? Because I looked like at the Amazon shop, you can, I'm going to take this one because then I will make my 100. It's not a great order, but, it's no longer available. It just seems like it's so expensive. Like, it would cost $20 for someone to get a shirt. I'd make $2 off of it, and I don't mind that. It's print on demand, but so I wouldn't have to do like keep all of that. I wouldn't have to do it. I wouldn't have to make them or anything. But I'm not really sure. As I've looked at a couple different companies. Is there something I should be specifically looking for, or how do I know which company to go with? Okay, so you had them back in the day. I just get so nervous. I'm like, all right. So at one point, a company reached out to me, and they were gonna pay me so much to advertise their product. And I had thought about it, but then I looked at the product and I'm like, oh, I don't want that for my community. You know, it wasn't a bad product. It was just something, I didn't know the company. I didn't want somebody to buy something from them and not know they were a safe company. And so I get kind of, because if I put that out there, I just want to make sure, you know, everything is on the up and up. And I get kind of nervous about that because you're putting yourself out there and expecting people to do stuff. You want to make sure everything's safe, and that's the only reason why I didn't go with that company when they wanted me to sell their, you know, advertise their product, because I didn't want anybody to give them their financial information, because I didn't know, I couldn't find enough information about them. The on-demand thing sounds perfect. Make your logo and let people buy their own. Okay. So I don't know how to make a logo. So that's so I think I know what I want my merch to look like. I don't know if it should be on the front or the back. So, you know, like I said, I thought it was cool because when you become a member here, it's the more riders, and the badges are all cars. So, and we're driving, you know, this is about a driving gigs. So I thought cars were perfect for this channel. So I liked that. And I wish I could remember all of them. And you probably know the song, you know, give me oil in my lamp, keep me going. Oh, shoot. I remember the Ford one, and then I forget what the Chevy one. Nova is keep me trucking for Jehovah. It's not trucking, but anyway, I have the words at home, and then figure out what your car is, and then I can change it up to match, you know, Rob. So that way you have a car thing and you have a God thing. So now, do I put that in the front, the back? And then I think the logo will go on the sleeve, but I have to know how to make a logo. What's my logo going to be? Yes, I think, thank you. I think it's important if you present it to your people, you want to make sure that there isn't any, in my opinion, there isn't, nobody's going to get scammed or anything, because wouldn't that feel awful? I just got a thing that says the request is no longer available, but I didn't know there was a request. Because I wanted that one request. That's weird. I don't think I'm going to go all the way around the roundabout, but we'll go for a minute here. Trying to see. I just need one little order. I just don't trust people with financial information. I'm just like, oh, that doesn't sound good. All right, we're gonna park over here, see if we get an order. And if not, I am going to go home. All right, so let me see what that tip's supposed to be. I think I'm just waiting for that very last tip. If they would have gave me a little bit on that one order, it wouldn't have been so bad, right? All right, so $4 is what I'm waiting on the tip for. So on Uber, I've made $55.52, and I'm waiting on a $4 order, so that's $59.52. We're gonna put this in the calculator. Oops, if I can remember how. Plus, on DoorDash, $94.95. I've been out since 8 o'clock, and I've gone 160 open miles. It wasn't really bad. Alright. But So what were the positives? The positives, it dried up, sun came out, I got to chat with everybody, got all my feelings out about politics and religion. I had great company. I made a little bit of money, so that's good. Safety, been safe. So, had a lot of smiles. Earlier when I went to Taco Bell, I held the door for those ladies, and they were just so happy I held the doors for them. And so, the only negative is the actual work. But on the positive note too, I learned something new about earned by time, because I like to investigate that more. So, even though it turned out bad for my bottom line today, I did learn a lesson. So that was good. I always like to think what happened today, kind of reflect on the day. So my daughter made it to Florida, no issue. So that was positive. So not too bad, not too bad. Car therapy, that's right. I like that. I'm going to have to start naming my labs car therapy. I love it. Oh, I got to take a screenshot of that so I can remember. I like that. My car is like my safe space, right? So we got the Explorer back. We've been driving it a little bit. Hence the reason why I kind of thinking about going to Nashville to work today. One, it was so much fun when we were there. There were some really cool restaurants I want to check out. Not to eat, but to deliver or whatever. But I just want to hang out in the Explorer. But I'm like, it feels so different. And this car is so good on gas. I went 161 miles. I only used a quarter tank of gas. So, all right. Well, I guess I'm going to go home, guys, girls. I was only $6 away from my goal. So, and yesterday I thought I made 200, but I realized what I did wrong. So I only made 194. So $6 there, so I'm $12 off of being at 300 for the week. So that's easy to make up. That's one good order. Watch the two of you explore too. It was fun to watch. Whenever we were together, yes. I think if we do Nashville or something, we'll have to go live at some point. You know what, my oldest granddaughter, she's 16. You know what she told me when we went to say bye to them to Florida? They're going like the same area we were in. She said, well, we rewatched your lives to get some ideas what's going on, but we fast forwarded until Grandpa was on there because Grandpa was more funny. I'm like, thanks. So I definitely need to add him to my lives more often, I guess. Because she's like, we just waited for Grandpa. So that's funny. All right. Well, I'm going to go home and try again tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm watching the grandkids tomorrow or Thursday. So whichever day I'm not watching them, I'll be back. But I'll be doing a video. I'm going to try to do Friday night, maybe. Oh, well, it's 4th of July. I'm not sure when I'll go live again. Enjoy your night and rest. Tomorrow's another day. That's why they call it the present. That's right. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you all. And I hope you have a good night, too. Thank you so much, Amy.